We are two.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Brady Quinn. After years of travel and early mornings, consistent sleep was a challenge. I also needed better support for my back issues. That led me to Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm sleep experts can find you the right mattress for improved support. Plus, they carry a premium, curated selection, and they will deliver, set up, and haul away your old mattress. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm during the best sale of the year. They make sleep easy.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Wake up with Fescoe and Dusty from 6 to 10. Hang out with Cody and Gold from 10 until 2. And on your way home, tune in for The Drive with Carrington Harrison. Can't listen in the car? Listen live or on demand with the Odyssey app. And watch all the shows on YouTube or your favorite social media platforms. Your home for Chiefs football. Your home for Royals baseball. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob.
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can, and they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City Sports.
Seahawks Friday, August
96.5
15th,
Fan.
starting at 8. Only on 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Fescoe and Dusty, Mac Morning, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens with you. Last kind of nice day of the week, and then the heat is coming back. Royals in action today. Vern's on Deck show starts at noon. Big show for Cody and Gold. Their first day back from camp. Here's 2 hours. Have a day.
I mean,
you know what? I'll say this.
Good for them, though.
Yeah, I'll say they deserve it.
Yeah.
You got to make that track every single day.
Oh, it's brutal.
You'd hate to see it.
You're lucky you never had to do it like, we did back in the day where you're up at like 3 a.m. driving to St. Joe, looking at the horizon going, we're not going to get into practice today. We're going to get struck by lightning. And every time, you get struck by lightning and you're so delirious driving up there at 3 in the morning so you can get there for practice. So I am glad you never had to experience the life of going to St. Joe before anybody wakes up in the free world, man, and you're the only one on the interstate. So
that could be an interesting poll question because whereas you had to do it during the week and get up at 3 o'clock to drive to St. Joe, my job for 2 years was the weekend warrior. So I went out there every Saturday and Sunday and got up at 6 o'clock on Saturday to get on the road by 7 to be sure I was there by 8:15.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do anything Friday night, and I couldn't do anything Saturday night because if I did, I was going to pay for it, and I didn't want to do that. So it's like, would you rather go Monday through Friday or go Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, no, Monday through Friday because that's what I'm used to. We're all creatures of habit, right? Like no matter what you do in life or where you are, you're a creature of habit. You get up at the same time, you take you do your thing. Like we all are creatures of habit. So if you threw a Saturday in there for me, like, whoa, this is out of the realm of things. On Monday through Friday, it's just normal of getting up at that hour or a little bit earlier to get on up there to St. Joe. But it was always fun being up there and kind of seeing the team come together. And I'm just stunned that this is it, dude. Like training camp started yesterday. I feel like, and now here we are, some 21 days later or whatever. I'm sure the players don't feel this way, and Cody and Gold probably don't feel this way, but I feel like it just started, man. Like it literally just got going, and now here we are getting ready for that second preseason game, and everything kind of moving in that direction towards the regular season. And Friday will be 3 weeks to go, before we get to that regular season. So yeah, it is time for training camp to start kind of wrapping up a little bit.
Yeah, it's to me, it's always like bittersweet.
Yeah,
just because obviously the faster training camp gets over, the closer you are to the season.
Mm-hmm.
But also slow the F down, dude.
Right, but that's the other thing, too. Life is moving really fast. My daughter starts high school today. And
big day.
Yeah.
Big day.
Big day. So freshmen have a half day, and so, I'm a little verklempt over that. I mean, I was talking to one of our listeners on Twitter yesterday because my daughter's going to kindergarten, and I'm like, I remember when my daughters went to kindergarten like it was yesterday, right? And now they're both going in to high school. And I kind of tell the story a lot, about the start of the school year because our old boss, John Hansen, was one of those type of guys that sometimes you didn't know if he was being serious or not, right? Like you had a lot of dealings with John. And it was a great boss. And he came to me before the first day of kindergarten. Obviously, we do this shift, and so you work till 10 o'clock. And he goes, "Are you going to the first day of school?" I said, No, we're on the air. He goes, "No, you're going to be leaving the show early, and you're going to the first day of school for your kids."
Yeah.
And I'll always remember that because the boss before him called me when my wife was in labor and asked if I was coming in the next day. And then that's where Josh got involved and goes, "I'll handle this." And that's when I knew Josh was a good egg, right?
You go live to the living room. Bob, can you tell me what you think about this Royals team? It's a boy. No, it's a girl. Shoot.
Yeah, because we did have that mistake in the delivery room.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, the umbilical cord was lopped over, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's a boy!
I'm gonna be a dad."
No, that's a girl. I was like, "Oh, that's the umbilical cord." I was like, "Damn!" I was impressed.
He's got his father's leg.
I mean, I was like, "Whoa! Look at that thing coming stomach.
That's definitely not mine. Jen, you want to explain this?
And I go, what is that smell? And she goes, that's the smell of your wife's skin. I'm like, oh.
Okay.
What the hell was that?
You make it really easy not to want to have children, like, ever. Like,
no, it's not. I mean,
if anybody's down the road when I'm like 55, it's like, how can you never have kids? I'm like, well, I worked with Bob Fescoe, and every other day there's a horror story about children.
But
it went from they don't take the trash out to you should have smelled my wife's skin.
Every time I tell that story, she's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're, because I walked in there, just bull in China. I can't imagine what you'd be like. I mean, I'm a bull in China shop. You're like 10 bulls in the China shop.
I'm the most dramatic person you'll ever meet. There's just no way.
Oh my God, what the hell's that smell?
Like, there's literally people compare me to like Vince Vaughn with children from 4 Christmases. Like when that baby pukes on him, and that's like his that would be 100% my reaction. Like, I'm good with kids for about 5 minutes, and I'm like, all right, go find your parents. Like,
that's right.
That's enough with Uncle Dusty. Go have fun.
But when it's yours, it's like a dog, right?
Oh,
like
for sure.
You don't mind when your dog licks you, but God forbid somebody else's dog licks you. You're like, ugh, get your dog off me, man.
Like, oh, that's your dog. It's cute.
Yeah.
Then you go home and talk to your dog in a voice that you don't say. You don't use that voice in public.
Right, exactly. You love your dog. It's like the kids. Like the kids will poop all over you, they'll puke all over you, but at the end of the day, you figure it out. It's your kid, right? But if it's somebody else's kid, I don't blame you. Like, get the hell away from me, man. Handle your business over there.
There's something wrong with this boy.
Yeah.
No, congrats on the first day of high school. That's really exciting.
Yeah, it's fun. It'll be good to half day, ease their way back into high school.
Because that's what they need.
Yeah, right. Half day. Whatever, man. Get your feet wet. Tomorrow, I think everybody's back full time, from high school level, and everybody gets to go back and do their thing. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Speaking of perfect, I think last night's game was pretty close to it. Right, got out to a 4-0 lead. Michael Walker was shoving, and the Royals are back to 500.
Yeah, that's where you need to be. Now you can really realistically start talking about it, right?
Winning.
You got to sweep these Nationals today, right? Don't give it back, man. You're here now. Let's not get below this mark the rest of the way, okay?
Yeah,
please.
No, it's. Last night, you gotta keep winning. You were heavy favorites on the money line last night. I think at the point before I left the station, I think they were like minus 188 or 189.
My God.
That's pretty significant for the Royals. And then today you get Seth Lugo to go out there today, right? Big game today, and then you get 3 against the White Sox.
Right.
And
White Sox just beat Detroit last night 9-6, by the way. So they're not a slouch anymore.
And the thing about it is the White Sox are playing in a weird predicament that seems all too familiar probably for your Royals, because the White Sox season has been over since probably early June.
I would say February.
They traded away a former number 1 overall pick in Andrew Vaughn, and he's been absolutely nuts in Milwaukee. If you're not watching what Milwaukee's doing right now in the National League.
Best team in baseball. They've won 11 in a row.
I mean, they lit up Skeens last night.
Yeah.
8 innings, 8 runs, and they scored 14-0 against the Pirates, and that was Skeens. So, the Pirates suck, but, that's the best pitcher in baseball.
But it's Skeens. Yeah.
Not even close. And normally doesn't, pitch well against Milwaukee. I have no idea. But either way, you look at, starters not playing Friday.
According to Fox 4, the starters are not playing on Friday at 9.
Can't wait. Don't need them to.
If that's true, I ain't carving out time on Friday for that. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah.
But no, last night is a game in which, it seems like in these first 2 games, you've had one of the guys that Vern always goes back to, and you always hear Vern say this, and we'll talk to Quatraro today at 9, as we always do on Wednesday, but your guys have to be your guys. And I thought last night that game was revolved around 4 players that really showed out. I thought that Michael Garcia's move from first to third.
Best play I've seen all year by the Royals.
Which is where we love and hate Michael Garcia, because that was a gamble.
It was.
He took off on first. There was a hard hit ground ball. That's a line drive. Double him up. That's another base running blunder. And we're all going, why can't they run the bases? But he gambled and got to third. That run ends up coming in because Vinny Pasquantino hits a sac fly. Runner in scoring position, Vinny Pasquantino.
And it's 1-0 right away. And you're playing a bad baseball team, and you get a 1-0 lead right away. Like, to me, that was as fundamental a baseball game and a win as you can get. And that's why I like that game so much, because it was about doing baseball things. We weren't stuck to a spreadsheet. And when the spreadsheet came out and they pulled Walk out of the game and put the bullpen in, everybody got a little bit nervous. Did we not? Right?
Yeah.
Stop using your spreadsheets and use your gut feeling. and let these guys go. Because that game was won last night, in my opinion, based on good baseball fundamentals. Maikel Garcia's play in the first inning, as you talked about. I absolutely love that. I even tweet, that's my favorite play of the year right there.
And he scores. Yep. Then he hits a home run later on. India seems like he's seems a little bit more relaxed in that 7th spot. He seems like his at-bats are more sound. Obviously, the home run last night that was jolted out to left. And they end up winning the game. They scored, 8 runs last night?
8-4 or whatever it was.
And
8-5.
Their offense is playing better. They're hitting home runs at Kauffman Stadium. I get it, the weather's warmer, the ball moves a little easier, but either way you want to look at the offense is looking the way it should. They're back to 500. They're beating teams they should beat.
Right.
And like you said, I think today you can feel greedy. Go sweep the Nationals, and then if you can, take at least, you have to, 2 out of 3 from Chicago, because you're now in the predicament where last night's win and the night before's win was great, but you gained nothing because the teams in front of you keep annoyingly winning or they idled. So Cleveland didn't play Monday. They win last night. Texas won last night. They won the night before. Yankees won last night. They won the night before. Boston won last night. So all the teams in front of you keep winning. So that's why it's hard to jump those teams. Now, fortunately for the Royals, there's only 2 teams ahead of them. One of them is Texas, who you will play in 3 games from now.
Yeah, next week. Big, 4-game series against
Here
Texas?
in Kansas City, Monday through Thursday.
Yep.
So when you look at that and you think of that, yes, you have to win these games, but then you have to take 2 out of 3 from Texas.
Right. No, you have to take 3 out of 4 from Texas.
Or 3 out of 4 from Texas, I'm sorry. So, yes, a great game last night. Wholesome, sound, fundamental game. And Michael Walker was great. He's been fantastic since the All-Star break. Maikel Garcia had a big play. Fenny Pasquantino was huge. India hits a big play in the home run and 2-run shot. So that's what you got to do. Just keep winning and hit situational hitting, and they've done that.
Yeah, they really have.
They scored 7 runs on 2 outs last night.
Yeah, I mean, they have done a really nice job over these last couple of days of keeping a losing team losing. And now you're back to that 500 mark. Do not dip below that. Do not give it all back today. Today's one of those days. It's not a give back day. It's a go out there and kick ass day. Don't let your guard down or anything like that, or it's a day game and an off day tomorrow. Like, the Royals aren't in a spot right now to be overlooking anybody, looking past anything, forgetting about today's game. They've got to go out there and they've got to win these games. And then you go take 2 out of 3 from the Chicago White Sox. I'd love a sweep of the Chicago White Sox, but if you sweep the Nationals, you take 2 out of 3 from the Chicago White Sox. Now you're talking about 5-1 in your first 6 games on the homestand. We can all live with that. And then the showdown with the Rangers sets up next week, which really, I mean, you're playing for the postseason next week, those games against the Texas Rangers. If you do what you're supposed to do today and this weekend, that's a playoff series next week. That is going toe-to-toe with a playoff team and a team that you need to beat to be in the playoffs. And then I think if they go out there and they take 3 out of 4 from the Rangers and people are feeling really good, I think you'll have a lot more people starting to go, okay, maybe they are a playoff team now. Maybe we can start buying in to the Royals. So they've got an opportunity here bigger than they even know about. Go out there and take advantage of that opportunity, man.
Coming up on the other side, a Travis Kelce stat that opens the eyes a little bit more, as if he couldn't do that already from the day he had yesterday. We dive into what that is. Plus, we get to our weekly poll here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I know you feel like, well, summer's starting to wind down a little bit, but there's still long days and long nights ahead for the rest of summer, and you want to have a great rest of your summer, right? But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone, and more importantly, there is help. My friends over at Heartland Men's Health have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. And Heartland Men's Health is treating men in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. So do yourself a favor. Do your partner a favor. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff on hand. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Century Roofing remains the best roofing company to call for insurance claims from storm damage, roof repair, and inspections throughout Kansas City. They were just voted as both the best roofing company in Johnson County for the 4th straight year and the best roofing company in all of Kansas City by readers of the Johnson County Post and the KC Star. So trust the pillars of strength and go with locally owned and female-owned Century Roofing at centuryroofingkc.com.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Start the school year with hot deals on Lunchbox favorites and snacks. This Friday through Sunday, shop back-to-school must-haves like Hy-Vee cereal, Lunchables, family-size Little Debbie snacks, and Goldfish crackers. Stock up on Coke 12-pack cans just $4.99 and Jack's Pizza only $2.99. Too busy to shop? Order through Aisles Online. Schedule a pickup or delivery and leave the shopping to us. Save time, save money during the 3-day back-to-school sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Well, if you're like me, the busy season is here. It's back to school time. It's back to sports time, and that means we are so busy every single day. And Hy-Vee's Aisles Online helps us out so much. It's so easy. Just download the app or go to Hy-Vee.com. Choose your store, select your items, and Hy-Vee does all the shopping. All you have to do is pick up the order or have it delivered to your home. Hy-Vee is taking care of everything as we head into the fall season. Save time, save money. What could be better? Only at Hy-Vee.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Areas of road work to watch for today: eastbound I-70, 23rd Street to Van Brunt Boulevard. Route M in Saline County with a full closure between Missouri Highway 240 and the county line. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Bob up on the text line because he said his eldest starts high school today, and he told a story about how his boss said, "No, you will be at your daughter's kindergarten."
That's
drop
right.
off.
Yeah, my youngest starts high school today. Oldest has got high school tomorrow as a sophomore. That doesn't matter anymore.
I was gonna say she's a seasoned vet, man.
Yeah,
she's like Mahomes year 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just do it again.
Right.
So from the 815 says, my daughter starts kindergarten next week, and I'm trying to decide whether to take off work for it.
Yes, take off work for it. And I was you 10, 15 years ago when my kid started kindergarten. And I told you, my boss, John Hansen at the time, said to me, he said, look, your kid's starting kindergarten. You don't get many of these moments. You're taking the rest of the day off. You're going to go out there and you're going to be there on kindergarten day. And I've kind of lived by that. So that was the first child that did that. Then the second year, I said, well, I got another kindergarten, so I'm going to do that again. Then 8th grade graduation, I left early, this year to be with my kid. Work, man, is work. Your family is your family, and you've got to prioritize your family and your kids. Your kids will always remember, if you're there, right? You've got to be present for your children, and that's what I believe. Like nothing's getting in the way of being at a kids event for the next 4 years, right? Like we've got 4 more years of doing this parenting thing, and then they're both be in college and doing their own thing, and you'll look back and go, man, I wish I would have. You don't want those I wish I would have moments, and it's so hard, Dusty, in the moment of, man, I can't leave my job. No, you can.
For sure.
You can. And if you have a boss that won't let you leave your job, then maybe you should leave your job permanently. If they're making you prioritize your job over your family, that's not a place to be and a place to work, and I don't think any office should be doing that to anybody in any line of work. Your kid has their first day of kindergarten once. And look, I was that guy. I didn't know. I felt strange about it. But that's because I had a good boss who came in and goes, no, you're doing that. He took that away from me, right? Like you talk about bosses and managers all the time and setting you up for success. Sometimes the boss has to be that guy who tells you what you're going to do because you're not setting yourself up for success. And I wasn't going to go to the kindergarten thing because I'm on the air till 10 a.m. I'm like, oh, do it at 10 a.m. And that's where my boss took that away from me, took that stressor away from me and said, no, man, you're going to go and you're going to do that. And I think about that every year on the first day of school. Like a lot of people come into your life and they're your boss or they're a friend or they're a 10-minute person here or a 15-minute person there. You try to take something away from every relationship. John and I have a great relationship to this day. We still talk all the time. And when he did that for me, it was like you really took a major, major stressor away from me and allowed me to go do that. You told me to go do that. You didn't make me ask or feel awkward about doing something like that. So I always will appreciate him. Like the guy before who was calling me in the delivery room asking if I was going to be in the next day. That was trash. But so go is the long and the short of it. You've got one opportunity to do this for your kid. Be there on the first day of kindergarten. It does matter, man. It does.
Yeah. Just a few days ago, you were there for Alex Gold.
That's right.
Dad, you don't really have to come if you don't want to. Nobody else's parents are.
But that's always what it is, right? That's in the kid playbook.
Dad,
Nobody,
it's fine.
Nobody else's parent is going to come, right? And everybody's parents there.
Oh,
For sure. Oh, yeah.
My parents had the video recorder on the shoulder.
Hell yeah.
Heck yeah,
Looked
man.
like they were getting some B-roll.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Mom's bawling her eyes out. He's never coming back. 3 hours later, I hope day 2 starts soon.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like you have this, I think a lot of the sentimentality is you're looking at yourself in the mirror and you're realizing you're getting older and life is moving really, really fast. And you're like, man, I can't slow this thing down because I'll be honest with you. The older you get, every day goes faster and faster and faster. And watching the kids, you're like, oh my God. I mean, you look at your schedule and we're booked every weekend from here to the end of the year. I mean, it's insane with how busy the kids are and how fast things go. And that's why you do need to appreciate those moments, man. Like your job, whatever it is, that crap will be there when you get back to the office. And the kindergarten thing is about 5 or 10 minutes, kiss your kid goodbye. And then you can be on your way and go back to work. And if your boss is a jerk about it, I'd put in my 2 weeks. I really would. Like, you can't give me 20 minutes off to go watch my kid's first day of kindergarten. F you, pal.
The number texted back, will do, Bob. Thank you for the advice. I was leaning that way for sure. And then somebody says family first. Another person texted in and says, I work to live. I don't live to work.
That's right.
And then the 913, this is good. This is fun. And then we'll get into the Travis Kelce stat. From the 913, I had to leave a mandatory Saturday morning early last spring for my kids' championship game. My boss was cool and basically just said to me, go be a dad. Meant the world to me.
Yeah.
That's a good boss.
Yep.
That's a good work environment.
I mean,
that makes you get up in the morning and not be like, when your friend's like, you don't like work? No, I love work. It's great. I don't have any issues with it because I have people there that are all like humanizing the same way that I am.
Right.
Which is good to have.
Yeah, and you know, also too, like if your boss does that for you, you're going to work harder. You're going to work better for that boss. You're going to like working in that environment. It's great for your employee to be a boss like that, who's understanding and gets it and has a clue and whatnot. So I've always thought, and I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but like if you're in a management position, probably should have been a parent to understand what your employees are going through who have kids. Like these workaholics that work 18 hours a day and expect everybody else to do that, and then they go home and there's nothing going on there. Like, that's on you, man. Like, I got other things outside of my job, you know, that I want to do. And if you have a boss, that's why I think bosses and people who are in position of power should have had families and understand what every employee that has a family is going through. And sometimes there's going to be situations where family does take precedence over work.
So last night, I don't know if you guys ever do this, but you'll start pondering like who is maybe like all time in certain stats or categories, like whether it be baseball. And you're like, I wonder how many home runs like Salvador Perez is behind when it comes to not just 300, as he is 6 away, right?
Yep.
Until he gets to 300. And then, you know, I'll get to our poll question here in about 5 minutes because it's kind of relevant to the topic all in one. And I'm thinking to myself last night, I'm like, okay, Travis Kelce, if this is it, you know, talking about, well, the Royals play today at noon or at 1. There's probably not going to be a whole lot on TV tonight. I think there's not really much.
Well, nobody's showing anything tonight because of the podcast release.
Yeah, and so I was like, I guess I could just watch the podcast. That's kind of entertaining. I'll just put it on my TV and watch it on, YouTube or whatever. And then I was thinking to myself, I was like, where does Travis Kelce rank when it comes to like all-time yards?
I think the MLB canceled all their night games because of the podcast.
Yeah, everybody's just stuck in the orange. And so Travis Kelce has 12,151 yards receiving. And I thought to myself, okay, well,
that's pretty good.
Because we were trying to figure out, a couple of guys of mine, we're just sitting there, shooting the breeze. And we're like, isn't Jerry Rice the all-time yards leader in the NFL? My buddy's like, yeah, I think it's the wild stat of who's second.
Yeah.
So any guesses of who's the second all-time receiving leader in the NFL?
Give me a minute here. Let me, Randy Moss.
Jinx. Randy Moss is fourth.
Okay. Chris Carter.
He is 13th.
Okay.
Michael Irvin?
He didn't play long enough.
No, Michael Irvin's not even in the top 20.
Yeah.
When
I say you're going to go, it's one of those forehead slaps.
Yeah, don't tell me just yet. Go move on to the next thing, and let me think about who's number 2.
So if Travis Kelce,
Tim Brown,
he is 7th on the list. So if Travis Kelce has 895 yards receiving this year, he will surpass Jason Witten, who is 20th on the all-time receiving yards
not
list.
Tight ends. Total.
Okay. So he would then be the second tight end in the top 20. He is not going to catch Tony Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez has 15,127 receiving yards, which is nuts. And he is 6th all-time on that list. So you have got 1, you have 4, you have 6 and 7 that you now know on your top list. Obviously, Jerry Rice leads all receiving yard leaders with 22,895.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Kelce, if he has 895 receiving yards this year, which is doable, which is a number, Mac, I think you and I are both very happy with. That's a good number.
That'd be great.
Would that be a wash number, or would he not be washed if he does 895?
He's not washed either
33 year 13, 895.
Yeah, jeez.
I'm cool with that.
895 has to be that's the target this year now. I've just decided for Travis and them. You want to know little things. 895. Dusty said that out last night. I'm like, you got to take the over. They know, because if you know, they know.
Because Jason Witten sits 20th all time at 13,046. So 895 yards for Travis Kelce. He would tie that number. So really 896 is the number you're looking for Travis Kelce to be 20th
Larry
all time.
Fitzgerald.
That is number 2.
All right.
Great one.
Yes.
Nice.
So to tell you how good Larry Fitzgerald was, he had 17,492 receiving yards in his career. Jerry Rice, 22,895.
Good Lord.
Will that record ever be broken?
No, I don't. 17-game schedule changes
That's fair.
a lot. It
That's
does.
fair.
I want to say no. I want to say that's like
because Larry Fitzgerald played for 16 years, and he's still 5,000 yards behind.
How many years did Rice play?
From 85 to 04, so 19.
19 years. In the last couple of years.
Don't really count the Seahawks and the Raiders or whatever.
The Broncos. I mean, people forget he played for the Broncos for a hot minute out there. But I don't even think he played in a regular season game for Denver. It was like a camp type thing. He's like, all right, I'm done here. Wow. So Larry Fitzgerald is 2, and we didn't get number 3 yet?
Mm-mm.
Give me the team.
Which one?
For the number 3 guy.
Philly and Dallas.
Oh, T.O.
T.O., yeah.
Then it's Randy Moss. Then it's Isaac Bruce, Tony Gonzalez, Tim Brown, Steve Smith Sr., Marvin Harrison, and Reggie Wayne. It's crazy that Manning had 28,000 yards receiving.
Yeah, right. Wait. Top 2. He had 2 top 10 receivers.
That's right. Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes had Kadrapi as Tony and still won a Super Bowl. Peyton Manning couldn't get out of his own way at times in the postseason. Enough.
So
sorry, Bob. Back away.
So
never had a defense, but yes.
Then you start looking at names that Travis Kelce could surpass this year to get to the top 20. He will pass guys like Jimmy Smith, Antonio Brown, Brandon Marshall,
Antonio Brown,
Art Monk,
man,
Irving Fryer,
those were great.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Now Mike Evans has 12,684. We can just go ahead and bet Mike Evans has 1,000 yards receiving. He's done it forever.
Yep.
First ballot Hall of Famer. But to think about Travis Kelce's legacy that we had done on 8-7 day, and then the day with like the podcast announcement, the GQ magazine article, and all that sort of stuff. Like this is why. Like we say, winning is successful, but to be the second tight end and only 2 tight ends in that realm, like what he's doing in Kansas City, but also what he's doing for record books and how he's done it. 3-time Super Bowl champion, right? Going to be probably in the top 20 of receiving yards in the history of his career and be one of only 2 tight ends. And the other one was basically a Chief his entire career. Welcome to Tight End University, Kansas City Chiefs. So like, that's where it's crazy to me is like, not only is he done this in his entire career and put up these numbers because he's technically been a wide receiver 1 on this team for 6 of 8 years outside of the 3 big Tyreek Hill years. But like those numbers don't lie. Like that's where stats support a career.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Consistency at its finest. Mike Evans, right? Same thing. Mike Evans has all those yards because he put 1,000 yards together for 10 consecutive seasons. And I think that when you look at that and you think about where the situation he came into, because we talk about, well, life after Kelce is going to be tough for whoever takes that role. Imagine Tony Gonzalez 6th all time, and yet we still will say that Travis Kelce is the best tight end that ever played football, and he's going to be 13 spots behind receiving yards with Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I think Tony would probably say the same thing, right? Like Tony Gonzalez also played in an era where there wasn't much going on from an offensive passing standpoint here in Kansas City, right? When he came in the early Marty days, it was ground and pound and run, and he was really like your only target that you had out there. And then obviously the Vermeil era came in, but Tony Gonzalez was the featured, wide receiver in all of that, right? He was featured over Eddie Kinnison and Johnny Morton and some of those guys back in the day. Like Tony Gonzalez was that number 1 option in the early days of the passing era of the NFL, and then went to Atlanta, and obviously they threw the ball, all around the yard. But Travis Kelce, man, like he will go down, in my opinion, as the best tight end because he is such a game changer, and he does stuff that Tony Gonzalez couldn't do. Like nobody, and enough not to take away from Tony G at all, but that Travis Kelce move, man, fake right, turn left, like it's textbook every single time. And it works. And I think he's better in the open field, in my opinion, than Tony Gonzalez. Tony G was great in the back of the end zone, going up over the defense and, making the alley-oop type catch and slamming it home over the goalpost and whatnot. And that was awesome and everything. But I think Travis Kelce is a better overall tight end. Jason Witten being in that category, he's one of those guys for me that I'll never remember that he was any good. And I know he was. But
talk to Tony Romo about it.
But he'll be one of those guys where I just like, oh, yeah, Jason Witten never really did it for me. Just never did. I don't know. Just never got on the Jason Witten train or didn't care much about Jason Witten or anything like that. Never had the memorable moments. Travis Kelce, Tony Gonzalez, memorable moments, right? Jason Witten played for Dallas. You'd think that one of the networks would have shown something memorable.
Maybe Matt can agree with this, and I think you will too, where the baseball card game, Gene does this well, right? Like the baseball card game has introduced me to prospects and more knowledgeable baseball, right?
Yeah, right.
Whereas like Jason Witten I knew because fantasy football. And fantasy football kind of does the same thing as the baseball industry. Like I'll get a guy on my team that's like, oh yeah, I forgot that the Raiders took a receiver in the second round. They don't really have anybody else to throw to, other than Brock Bowers and your boy from
Jacoby Myers?
Yeah, Jacoby Myers.
Isn't that
right?
a law firm, Jacoby and Myers?
Yeah, 555-5555. And so, you kind of get into that. I think that's why, people outside of, Dallas and Casey Homers or whatever would be like, oh, yeah, Jason Witten. Yeah, that was Tony Romo's number one target outside of Terrell Owens. When he was double teamed in Dallas, Jason Witten was just a target galore. And
problem is no postseason success. And that's really when you make your name as one of those great players, in my opinion. You have those moments in the playoffs that we're all watching and we all remember. Jason Witten, obviously great career, very milquetoast career, though. There's really nothing special about Jason Witten's career other than length.
Yeah, he wasn't an explosive player, no yards after the catch. He just caught the ball, got the first down. Did what he needed to do, got to the sticks and got touchdowns. One thing in this Tony G, Travis Kelce, stat conversation that I think is going under talked about is 95 more games played for Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
3,000.
Travis missed a whole season.
But 95 games and 3,000 more yards.
Yeah.
Only 3,000 more yards in 95 games.
That's crazy.
Do the math there.
Yeah.
That's how good Travis. That's what we're talking about. Imagine if Travis Kelce had 95 more games. He'd be the leader of all time. He'd be up there with.
I mean, imagine if Travis Kelce was 10 years younger and had these stats right now, right? Because that's about what it would have been. 95 games is
crazy. It's a
lot. I mean, that's 5 seasons basically of football. If Travis was 5 years younger and had these numbers and then had 5 more years of playing time ahead of him, I mean, he would pass Jerry Rice in that category.
It's nuts.
And then other people would say, well, imagine how much more yards he'd have last year if he wasn't distracted by Hollywood.
He wasn't washed.
Because according to this GQ article, he admits that the last 2 years he has not been as dedicated to training because of all the acting gigs.
Yeah.
So this season, apparently,
Back to training.
Back to square one.
Yeah, went down to Miami and got back with his trainer that he had before the last couple of years. And I'm just going to zero in and I'm going to focus on football, which also, again, leads to the fact that this is going to be the last year for Travis Kelce, right? You want to go out with a bang. You don't want to go out with a 400-yard receiving season and people go, you should have got a year earlier. So he's dedicating himself, obviously, to getting back. And I love that. But I also don't resent the fact that Travis Kelce used his off time to experience what life would be like after football, because that's what you have to do as an athlete. Not for long is what the NFL stands for. You get 3.5 years, basically. Travis is doing what everybody in sports should be doing, and that's having whatever career it is after sports. There are too many of these guys that go broke and have no idea what to do when sports is all said and done and they're 28 years old going, where do I go now? I'm only 28 and everything I've known for the last 28 years is done. Travis has taken advantage of his opportunities and doing that. And if you're going to say you didn't compete to the level that you wanted to compete in last year, Travis, I would say don't worry about it, bro. You basically had 2 1,000-yard seasons and you went to 2 Super Bowls. If that's not focusing in on the offseason enough, I hate to see what I've been telling you guys this since the Super Bowl ended. This is going to be a wild year, man. This is going to be a wild year. And then this story with him and a snake and an alligator and a construction jacket. I'm going to reenact that construction jacket picture, by the way, in a pool somewhere.
I
just want to win, Jay. That's right.
You better get some chest hair.
I got plenty of that. Yeah, I got plenty of the chest
taco
hair.
meat up there.
I got the whole thing. You want to see it? We can show to the camera. I got plenty. I got plenty of chest hair up there.
Screenshot that.
So I will put that vest on and I will stand in that water like Travis Kelce. But if the last 2 years he didn't dedicate, and this is what he did, I'm telling you, it's gonna be fun, man. This is gonna be so fun.
He looked like Scott Hall in that picture. Hey yo, he just needed a toothpick and flick it at the camera. Hey McMahon. But no, it like you said, it could be the last year. And so the poll question today.
I'm loving it. Well, hello everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Which brings us to the question on the Fan 965 on X. Do you want to see one more year of Salvador Perez in the Royals? Or do you want to see one more year of Travis Kelce with the Chiefs?
I'm going to plead the 5th.
All right, McGuire. So that is our question today, because that was a conversation throughout the Royals tea leaves, right? The wins, the losses, the season, the wild card, all that sort of stuff. And it's, well, do they pick up the team option for Salvador Perez next year?
Damn well better.
And then the other thing is like, well, Travis Kelce goes out there and looks pretty damn good. Like, is this really the last year? And it lets me think, like, as a fan, with two of, like, probably will go down as the second greatest in their team's franchise history.
No question.
Right? It'll always be Brett, and it'll always be Mahomes. It'll then be Salvi, and then it'll be Travis Kelce. There's a lot of parallels to their career. And I asked you as a listener and as a fan of the show, would you rather see Salvador Perez come back for one more year with the Royals, or would you rather see Travis Kelce come back for one more year with the Chiefs?
I'm going to take the cop-out approach on this one.
Fair point. Coming up on the other side, we'll ask Jay Binkley that exact same question that we just asked you. So go to the fan page on Fan 96.5 on X. Give us your vote. We'll get to the other side, and we'll be back with Jay Binkley. You go, man, on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Hit it, Max.
Juice all over the place.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what go man?
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. This season has been even better at the K because at every game, you're always near a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka, the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. You can find fans sipping Surfside everywhere at Kauffman Stadium, cheering on the boys in blue. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part is zero bubbles, which means zero troubles. It's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game as well. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th and Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
MIAA fans, it's that time of year. Beginning August 19th, you can purchase 2025-26 MIAA Network monthly subscriptions, annual all-access passes, and individual broadcasts at fan-friendly rates. All MIAA Conference regular schedule contests across 7 sports and other select contests will be streamed live on the network. Don't miss the 48-hour flash sale from noon on August 19th to noon on August 21st for $10 off the annual subscription rate. For more info and to sign up today, visit the MIAAnetwork.com. The MIAA. Bring your A-game.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
You've got a ton of equity in your home. You're sitting on a gold mine. You could do so much with all that cash, like travel, invest it, or pay off debt. But you can't touch it unless you sell your home. But you really don't want to move. And besides, homes are sitting on the market a long time these days. You're trapped, right? Not with TrueHold. With TrueHold, you can cash out your equity in as little as 30 days. But listen, you don't have to move. You can stay in the home you love as a renter. That's TrueHold's Sell and Stay program. Cash out your entire home's value and stay put. TrueHold even covers property taxes, property insurance, and essential repairs. Imagine using that equity to travel, invest, or pay off debt. And you can stay in your home. It's brilliant, especially in this slow market. Get your all-cash offer now. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
This report brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, eastbound I-70 downtown KC, lanes are closed, affecting eastbound traffic between 23rd Street and Van Brunt Boulevard. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Bingley. He loves beer and chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Bingley.
That guy's an idiot, man.
Welcome back into the show here on Fescoe and Dusty. I love Wednesdays at 6:45 about as much as Mac and Bob love Tuesdays, 24 hours of that day. We're now joined by Jay Binkley, our guy. Binkley, I got to ask you, one more year, who would you rather see? Salvador Perez as a Royal, Travis Kelce as a Chief?
Tight end class for 2026 in the draft. The Royals have Carter Jensen, the second best prospect in their system. But this tight end class is not great, man. So, yeah, give me one more year of Kelce.
All right. I'm sure you said that. I said I was going to take the easy way out. Sal's got one more year with an option. Travis is done after this year contract-wise. So I'll take Salvi just because of that.
Well, I understand that. I just think it's the draft class. But, hey, I want to thank you guys for promoting the podcast. Great podcast dropping tonight. I appreciate you guys.
Character Concerns is dropping tonight. Yes,
it'll be dropping today too. So I appreciate you guys.
There's no other podcast that drops today other than Character Concerns with you and Unacero.
Yeah, I'm excited about that, man. So thank you, man. I appreciate that.
You got it. Big night, big podcast drop. Character Concerns with Jay Binkley and Unacero. And we're
looking at defensive linemen, and we're looking at linebackers and edge tonight. So I know it's going to be exciting. I know.
Huge stuff coming from you guys tonight. But let me ask you this: Are you going to wait for the podcast tonight, or do you want to do it now, where you admit that you were wrong on Josh Simmons?
We have discussed this, Bob, and I think he's been. He looked great the other night. I mean, not great. I mean, it's the first preseason game. I mean, how much stock are you going to put into that? But he looked confident, man. I liked that. I wish Kingsley next to him would help him out a little bit better, because I think having continuity with that guard and tackle is something that would just make him better and better. I can imagine Joe Tooney next to Josh Simmons. I think it makes the situation a lot easier. But, as far as how his footwork was and confidence, now he'll get to a point where, he inserts his kind of power against people rushing into him and kind of punches them out. But I think Jeff Schwartz had a great breakdown of him on X. If people really want to see a true breakdown of the plays from a guy who used to play football, and Mitch Schwartz's brother there, Jeff, did an awesome job with it.
Binkley, when you look at this Chiefs team going into preseason week number 2, according to Fox 4, they said no starters are going to play in this game. We shall see. But what does Jay Binkley want to see when it comes to preseason game number 2? Because if we rewind the clocks 10 years ago, this was about as significant as the game as preseason week number 3, where normally you kind of see the gel starting to form. But what does Bink want to see in this game?
Well, I hope to see the linemen again, just that 11 snaps, Dave. I really hope to see, if you don't want to start Mahomes or Kelce or Chris Jones and things like that, that's one thing. Mahomes barely played anyway, but it doesn't matter. It's not about them. It's about the receivers, and it's about the offensive line. So I hope we still see them. And, of course, the receiver units, even not starters, will still see a lot of Tyquan Thornton and Brownlee and those guys. But I'd like to see Kingsley and Josh Simmons get some more action, against an NFL team, because that is important for them. So I'm sure we will see them in this game. But getting that offensive line to kind of gel and get themselves ready before the regular season with Mahomes, because we all know what the third preseason game is. The third preseason game, nobody plays at all except for depth. So this is the game to at least get some of the starters. So I doubt that we see a situation where no starters are playing. They would have to.
I think, Jay, that's when news gets involved in sports. And I'm just being honest here. News has no idea about sports except when a big event comes in, they try to take it over, and then they do it all wrong.
They do, because they were going on and on. Oh, Mahomes is going to play the whole first quarter and all that, and we all knew that was crap.
Right.
We all knew he's going to go in there and play a series, if that, or 2,
48 seconds.
It's max. So that's exactly what he's going to do. So, you'll see the offensive line. I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to in this game because, again, like Dusty said, the third preseason game is always the one you look forward to. If there's any preseason games that were worth their weight in salt, it was that third one. Now it's the second one. But I'm telling you, man, just like we talked about, last week, these preseason games just been watered down, man. I mean, it's getting to the point the starters aren't even, dressing at all. They're doing interviews in the first quarter. And not only that, I saw a few people talking about how Mahomes at the end of the games is still in his uniform and Kyler Murray was in street clothes at that point. Because Andy Reid has a rule, guys still wear their uniform. They don't, dress in the street clothes before the game ends. But you see the rest of the NFL, man. Dudes are already in their street clothes by the end of the game, and just Andy Reid doesn't do that.
Who's 2 guys that you think that may get cut that we know?
I think obviously, Sky Moore would probably be the top of the list. I said, all right, which chief starter can you see not on the team? I think it's Sky, and I think it's Josh Williams. Josh Williams just a handful of starts for the Chiefs, but he's 6'3", and he's got a couple rings for the Chiefs. And I really thought going in last year, he had his chance, his opportunities. He was the 4th-round pick. Jalen Watson was the 7th-round pick, that they were going to battle it out. And I thought Josh Williams, might win that battle last year, but it was Jalen Watson who the Chiefs trusted more than Josh Williams, that they still do. But I think look for like Dolphins and other teams that really need, a corner. I don't think they could get anything for Sky Moore. Clearly, teams are going to wait for them to cut him before they pick him up. But, Josh Williams, I think because of his, history with the Chiefs and being with Spagnuolo, that long, that builds some street cred up with him. I could see the Chiefs being able to maybe flip a 7th-round pick for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that it's good riddance for Sky Moore. I mean, it's just not happening. He's playing in the third quarter of preseason game number 1 and a little bit of the fourth. Yeah. So the offensive line, Max said he wasn't happy with Kingsley in his first preseason game. What say you, Jay Binkley?
And I understand it. I mean, there was a situation where there was a bull rush situation, and when they got to the quarterback and went right through Kingsley, he was kind of confused on the play. And yeah, it's one play, and you say, okay, it's one play. But you know what? What Dick Vermeil used to tell you, Bob, football comes down to what, 1 or 2 plays?
Yeah, he always used to say, boy, if we take these 3 plays away, we win the game. Yeah, but those were 3 touchdowns, man.
I understand that. But here's the thing, though. Yeah. Honestly, that's probably a 40% chance of a quarterback fumbling the football. I mean, if a guy goes that unabated to a quarterback, we saw it happen to Kadarius Richardson in Indianapolis when he got hit on the outside and didn't see the blitz coming, and then he got hurt and dislocated his finger. He didn't see it. The pocket presence wasn't there. But quarterbacks can fumble in that situation. When somebody comes straight through, kind of there on the blind side, and they're not looking, that could turn into a turnover, and that turnover could result in losing the game. I mean, there's a high percentage chance the quarterback loses the ball there. You have an interception. It's just not a good play. So, yeah, that's one play. I get that. But there was other plays, where the footwork, wasn't quite there, what you'd want to see. And, hey, it's going to be a work in progress. So, as good as Josh Simmons kind of looked, ready for the part. Now, it's one preseason game. Things can change in week 2, and when you get to the regular season, things could change. But you wanted to have that confidence early on. I mean, this guy's been in the NFL for a year, and you wanted to see more. But, again, he's got an important role because he's next to a rookie in Josh Simmons, and the rookie looked like he'd been in the NFL for 2 years, and the guy that's been in the year for 2 years looked like a rookie.
So now your venom is no longer on Josh Simmons, it's towards Kingsley. I love it. I think it's fantastic. But also, too, Jay, we're ready for the regular season. You're talking footwork of offensive linemen. Like, we need some real games here, right?
That's right. Let's get to real games, and let's get the podcast out today for character concerns. But I heard you guys talking about Kelce's total yardage in his career.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
That stuff's important, but the number one stat, though, man, is 167 yards behind only Jerry Rice in the postseason.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's the one that counts. Like we talked about last week, before your Kelce day, it's either Rice or Kelce in the 3 most important categories in postseason: catches, touchdowns, and yardage. And Kelce's behind Rice in 2 of those, but he's ahead of him in the other one. But the other 2 are completely obtainable with a decent, not a great postseason, but just a decent postseason. He could be number 1 in all 3 categories.
All right. Well, what do you got on the Character Concerns podcast? You got an album coming out? You going to call it low? What do you call that? You going to call it old lows instead of new heights?
Well, we're going to turn it out, and it's going to be orange when we put it out today to be special.
Yeah. Nice.
And we're looking at defensive linemen, edge, and defensive ends today, Dust Man. We've already done a lot of the positions, kind of our last group of positions before next week. Next week's the big thing when we start looking at matchups. It's week 0. So we're looking at the player prospects in the games and who they're going to be playing against. So get excited, man.
The AP poll came out and week 0 is here. Yes,
sir, baby. Yes, sir.
You know what we talk about, because next week, the AP college football poll just came out. College football is alive, and college football, not this weekend. Hey, take your wife, your girlfriend, whoever, take them out this weekend, guys. This is, Chiefs play Friday night. Make Saturday date night because the next weekend is where you get in your shell. Because this is the last weekend to do the honeydews and all that.
For sure.
Because college football starts the next week. And then it's going clear. Because then the 30th, you got Ohio State and Texas playing. And then the following week, you got the NFL and the Chiefs and Chargers in Brazil. So this is truly the last weekend to show your wife you love her.
Yeah, sound advice from a twice-divorced man, Jay. Way to go.
It's sound advice, though. It is advice. Ask your test line if they'll take their significant other out for dinner Saturday night, because it might be the last time until January.
My wife has a bachelorette party, and I'm taking a double date to the Royals game. So,
ooh, nice. Well, yeah, go see the Royals and the Whites. Go see the Royals and the White Sox this weekend. Because is it not a dream schedule for the Royals? I mean, think about it. You got the Nationals, the second worst record in the National League for 3, and then you have the worst record in the American League in the White Sox. And I know the White Sox have been playing better. I get that, but they're still last place in the American League. That is a dream schedule.
Well, you're a dream schedule every Wednesday at 6:45. So go out there and be a dream sickle if you want to fit the orange theory there for you. That's another drop there for you, Bink. But we will we'll get that podcast ready after the other podcast or before it. So we have all podcasts Wednesday night. So
what time does yours drop?
Which one's the bigger podcast?
Yours. What time does yours drop?
Probably in the afternoon, so we kind of beat the buzz of Kelce.
Yeah, Kelce.
That's very smart marketing, Binkley. All right, we'll talk to you later, Big. We thank for the time.
Good.
Thanks, Jay.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
That's Jay
Can
Binkley.
You replace that with Josh Simmons and replace it with Kingsley Suamataia? Like with your voice, Mac, please. They have selected Kingsley Suamataia. I don't like it.
Coming up on the other side, another guy that people probably don't like and hate his selections of quarterback. Well, Great. Here on 96.5, The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Boobs are great.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, it is that time of year, right? Fall is getting ready to start, and you're looking at your front yard. You're going, okay, it's now time to prepare for fall. And you know what you need to do? Call my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, because they get the job done right, and they understand what to do, and they are absolutely awesome. And I know from firsthand experience, the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are going to do an amazing job for you this fall, and that's who we're going to use to have our yard reseeded and ready to go for spring. And right now, Aspen is giving you an opportunity to get that fall seeding scheduled, but only for a limited time. They're going to give you 10% off all of your fall seeding just by mentioning this ad when you call. So I want you to get in touch with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Get that mosquito dome put over your house for the last couple of months of summer and fall and be able to sit outside, and then get that lawn ready for spring. And of course, watering is going to be key as well once they put that new grass seed down. It's the best time to seed your lawn that's coming up right now, and Aspen's professional seeding fills in those bare spots, strengthens the weak areas, helps reduce the weeds, and sets the stage for a lush green lawn by spring. It's one of the most important things you can do for your lawn all year. So get in touch with Aspen today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Back to school means back with friends, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need for the new year for less. Shop the latest styles from brands like Nike, Jordan, Wilson, Carhartt, and Birkenstock. Plus, check out our game-changing selection of backpacks. Save even more on the latest deals each week. Stop by your local store or shop academy.com. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Guys, you know that Low T Center has been changing men's lives through hormone care for over a decade. But did you know that they can help women balance their hormones too? If a partner is experiencing fatigue, moodiness, or just feeling off, she might benefit from hormone therapy at Low T Center. Help her get back to her best self. And if you still haven't taken the T test, what are you waiting for? Get started on TRT today. Most major insurance accepted. Don't wait. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Circa Millions and Circa Survivor are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Circa Millions and Circa Survivor are back with millions in guaranteed prizes. Details at circasports.com. Only $39 for an AC tune-up. Book now at themvpkc.com. MVP Air Conditioning, Heating, Plumbing, and Electric is your home's MVP this summer. Get a summer AC tune-up for just $39 and avoid costly repairs. Call today, 913-214-1212, or visit themvpkc.com. MVP, one call does it all.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, eastbound I-70 downtown KC, lanes are closed, affecting eastbound traffic between 23rd Street and Van Brunt Boulevard. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Seahawks on Friday with pregame starting at 8 right here on your exclusive home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFMZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
There's some breaking news out of the NFL world. The Buffalo Bills have finally caved. And what I mean by that is you have Adam Schefter reporting that a deal has been reached. Two-time Pro Bowl running back James Cook and the Buffalo Bills agreed to an agreement, a contract extension per his agents. So he is going to not only continue to play in training camp, but now he's going to get paid. James Cook is signing a 4-year, $48 million extension that includes $30 million guaranteed. So the Buffalo Bills, of course, after the contract is signed and sealed, we are extremely thankful for the entire Bills organization. We're glad we can make that happen.
Wow, that's why he was back yesterday. And as you said during the break, you're like, wait till that ink strike. What if you blow a knee in practice and they rip up that contract? That's why I was against him being there until the thing is signed, sealed, and delivered, Dusty, because if he did get hurt yesterday, that thing was getting put back in a drawer, and nobody would ever talk about that contract again.
Right. So, $30 million guaranteed for James Cook. Well-deserved. I mean, I believe led the league in rushing touchdowns last year, two-time Pro Bowler, did his thing. So Buffalo has nipped their distractions in the bud, and now they can continue to champ at the bit to go at the Chiefs for one.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So our Fescoe and Dusty poll question on the Fan 965, which we do every Wednesday, is pretty simple but kind of pulls at your heartstrings. 105 people have voted, and we asked, who would you rather see come back for one more year? Salvador Perez with the Royals, Travis Kelce for the Kansas City Chiefs. 105 votes. Salvador Perez leads 50.5 to 49.5.
Wow. Is there? I'd like to know the reasoning and how people are voting on that one. Is it because Salvi does have one more year technically left with that club option that should be picked up yesterday, or is it because I don't know why you think Travis has hit the end of the road, or like that's an interesting split right there. I'm surprised. It's an even split. It really, but that shows you how hard of a poll question it really. Because I don't know how I would. I told you I would vote for Salvi just because he's got the team option, but that doesn't mean that's the right way to vote. You know,
right? So you can go over there, Fan 965. You can vote for that poll question of who would you rather see come back for one more year, Salvador Perez or Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would say to piggyback off of your take, I think Salvador Perez would also gain more legs because we're seeing that Salvador Perez ain't quite done.
Right.
Whereas we could watch Travis Kelce this year, and let's say in the first, 3 games, he has 295 yards, 3 touchdowns. You're like, he might have another year.
Right, yeah, he might.
Then we could revisit this poll question again after week 4 in the NFL. Mm-hmm. One thing we are going to revisit is thankful to our friends at Chiefs Receipts on X, Dan Orlovsky.
Right.
He does this every year. He builds his perfect quarterback.
And I really do like this exercise.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's his,
right?
Right. It's his baby. Yep. It's kind of like something he started, I think. And then, now that he's done his stuff with ESPN, it's gotten a bigger platform. So he ranks them from arm strength to ball placement to mechanics to decision-making, pocket presence, rushing ability, and second reaction.
And they all go to Patrick Mahomes?
None of them.
No.
They all go to Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen.
It's unbelievable. Isn't it unbelievable? Not one of those goes to Patrick Mahomes when you're building the perfect quarterback. Yet, in my opinion, and yes, I am biased and I don't really give a rip anymore, when I build the perfect quarterback, it is Patrick Mahomes. And I know Mac watched the documentary, started the ESPN doc yesterday about the Chiefs, the Kingdom. I've watched the first 2 episodes.
I know that I'm hard.
Of this
So
thing.
good.
And it really is. Like, if you don't watch episode 2 and have full-blown tears. Like,
seriously.
I was sobbing
I was bawling
yesterday, like legitimately sobbing yesterday.
It really was, man.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Tears were streaming.
Oh, yeah, because episode 2 is all about Andy.
Okay.
And it is, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. I even,
it's incredible, man.
I even texted friend of the show, Tammy Reed's intermediary yesterday. I said, please tell Tammy I'm crying. And Tammy's like, that's awesome. Like the emotion.
Seriously.
Holy crap. Like, that's all I got to say.
I know.
I mean,
I wish I could talk about it more.
I know, but we will
so
on
good.
Friday.
We will. Yes,
Friday
yes.
we will. And that will, we don't want to give it away.
Of course
right?
not.
And that's not fair. We got a sneak peek. We're very fortunate. We're going to have the director of the show on a little bit later on today. So we got a sneak peek to look at it. And, I've watched the first 2 episodes of this thing. And I don't think it's fair to give it away. I don't want to take that joy that I've had from this episode and this show so far and take that away from Chiefs fans. So I'm not going to discuss it till Friday when everybody's had an opportunity to watch it. But I will say, in episode 2, if you aren't crying like a 2-year-old on, I don't know, man, and it was real tears. It wasn't like I was like, I had to stop the damn video, walk away. That's how emotional I got. And so seeing that again just continues to remind me how unbelievable Patrick Mahomes really is as a quarterback. And when everybody tries to dissect and have these hot takes about the quarterback, you notice how the winning is not one of these QB traits that Dan Orlovsky had. And Dan's a great dude, came on with us at the Super Bowl. I think you and I got a much different opinion of Dan Orlovsky. And
he's a great guy.
But he's still wrong.
He's very wrong.
And I know,
in all of this.
And I know the text is going to say, well, he does this so people can talk
Right.
about it. Well, yeah, for sure. But I mean, he goes off of it and gives his reasonings. You can check out the article if you want. But arm strength goes to Josh Allen. I'm not mad about that.
That's fine.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's like a pissing contest, in my opinion.
Yes. It is, yeah.
Cool. All right, that's fine. I'm not going to lose my mind over that. Ball placement, Joe Burrow. Okay. Peyton Manning didn't throw the prettiest ball, but, still got the job done. Mechanics, Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow is what we still get lost in the traditional quarterback, like the sit back, the high hands, the shoulder movement, all that sort of stuff. So whatever.
He's not top 10 in the mechanics.
No. I think that. But when you look at Joe Burrow and you think of what quarterbers used to be,
he's your Boomer Esiason type guy.
For sure.
Yeah.
He gives you a lot of what Tom Brady looked like in the pocket. Am I correct? Not really mobile.
Yeah.
But very 3-step drop back, high hand, turn shoulder.
He's fundamental.
Burrow's a great 1980s quarterback that's getting ready to get lit up by Lawrence Taylor and Derek Thomas.
But where I don't agree is decision making. That's got to go Patrick Mahomes. And when I think of decision making, I throw the stat in with Patrick Mahomes, which is the most improvisational, successful quarterback in football. Now, some of that is merited because his line would collapse, but knowing that your line is going to collapse and knowing that you have to roll left or right and find one of 2 reads and hit that more often than not, I believe Patrick Mahomes is better than anyone in the game at that. Pocket presence, maybe the same. How do you know how many times did we see when Mahomes didn't trust his line, he knew it was going to collapse and had to get out?
Gone.
We just knew he knows it's going to collapse. And sometimes it was, maybe PTSD of it collapsing so often where you're like, Pat, you could have sat back there for a little bit. And maybe that's what knocks him down a bit. I don't know. Rushing ability, Lamar Jackson, have it. Second reaction ability, Lamar Jackson.
Maybe he knows how to pull the ball down and run, but Patrick Mahomes knows how to do that as well.
But where's field presence? Where's vision? Where's winning?
Winning is the only one that I need, and he didn't put that up there.
Where's gut check moments? Because to me, these are all valid points to grade a quarterback. But in the NFL, the way the game is played, you are also judged on, big game situation, short yard situation, getting the job done, clock management, all that sort of stuff, field vision. How many times we watch Patrick Mahomes and he's run down the sideline and you're like, how does he know exactly where the line of scrimmage is every single time?
Because he's played the game in his mind 1,000 times and he knows what's going to happen, man. You just can't explain Patrick Mahomes to a lot of people who aren't watching it every day. Because you're right. How does he do that every single time? One of the highlights they showed the other day was that run against San Francisco that had people bent last year, where he kind of, slowed down at the sideline and everybody stopped and he continued on. And somehow that's Patrick Mahomes. So where's like intuition? Where's
he's baiting them. They can't hit him.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he's baiting them. No, he's playing the game. He stopped. He paused. If that was a running back, we would go, oh, my God, look at the field vision by that guy. He let his blocker set up for him. What a great run. Patrick Mahomes does it, and we want him penalized for it. And I'm sure there will be a new rule next year in the NFL that says quarterbacks can't deke you on the sidelines anymore. No, we can't put that rule in place. Be better at what you do,
Yeah, there should be more categories here. I know we got to go. I just want to say I really resent the mechanics thing. I really resent that. The top not being in the top 10 at all for that is ridiculous. If that's what being a fundamentally sound mechanical quarterback is, and he's not in the top 10, then that does not matter. That does not matter. It doesn't. That's like saying. That's like rating a mechanics or a fundamentals of a three-point shooter and saying, Ray Allen not in the top 10. Okay, cool. Then fundamentals don't matter for three-point shooting because that's the third best three-point shooter of all time.
Yeah, but the whole mechanics thing, it's so arbitrary. Like the whole list is arbitrary, right?
Yes.
And a good mechanical quarterback may not be the best winning quarterback, may not be able to improvise. They always say flexible people don't get bent out of shape, right? Okay, you got a good quarterback with great mechanics. What happens when the situation isn't perfect?
Well, the 913 can take the rest of the week off. So when you put all those pieces together, does it just show a picture of Mahomes? Have a day. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into this dynasty's dominance, and Mac takes over the show because we are 24 days away, and we dive into one word. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, are you waking up this morning with a little bit of joint pain, maybe a lot of joint pain, and maybe you're thinking to yourself, boy, in my younger days, this used to just go away. I used to have no problems with joint pain at all. And now I'm having a lot of problems with joint pain, right? The older you get, the more you realize this is not just going to go away on its own. So you got to call my friends over at QC Kinetics and get that free consultation with their medical pros. And there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. So grab your x-rays and MRIs and head to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure chat and a thorough evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Grab that phone right now and give them a call. Appointments are available on Saturday as well. 816-412-6299. Ask about that free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, eastbound I-70 downtown KC, lanes are closed, affecting eastbound traffic between 23rd Street and Van Brunt Boulevard. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Hope everyone's having a wonderful Wednesday. Royals get a day game today. New Heights podcast drops tonight. And in between all of that, the Character Concerns podcast starts as they go through D-line. Chris Jones, Karloftis, FAU, Norman Lott, Gelati, Omenihu, all that stuff that you can hear about as well. And today is the last day of camp, so even better day for that to drop. So training camp coverage on 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
I hope they can handle the stress of a day game after a night game. Let's go.
Got to assume Salvi's going to DH.
One of the great baseball excuses of all time. Why isn't day game after a night game?
And you don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, right. And they get the day off at home tomorrow. Everybody should be playing today.
No doubt.
You don't have time. You just don't have time to screw around with a jacked up lineup. Got to win games, man. No days off. You got tomorrow off.
Royals manager Matt Quatraro will join the show at 9 o'clock today, as he does every Wednesday. Don't know if you guys saw this last night, but my guy.
1 to tie it, 2 to win it. The 1-0. Caglione sends a sharp ground ball through the right side. Base hit into right field. Treasure around third. Headed home to score. He's extended. And we're tied 7-7 at the bottom of the ninth. 3 pitches into the bottom of the ninth. And this game is evened. Now Caglione stands on first base.
There it is. Caglione, 4 hits last night in his first game in his rehab stint in Omaha. Good to see that. Also a situational hit, knocked in the run. Didn't do it with power. Just got the ball in play. Just keep doing that. Build your confidence. And then we maybe can see Jack Caglione come up and succeed in the show. And maybe like you had mentioned so many weeks back when he got hurt, this could be the best thing that ever happens to him.
Yeah, hopefully he uses this as a legitimate sent down to the minor leagues and not some rehab, stuff that they're peddling down there. He needed to go back down to the minor leagues. He just wasn't playing good baseball up here, and he needs to see that success because the mental side of the game is more important than the physical side of the game. I think we all believe the physical side of the game is there. The mental side of the game, with all of us, the mental side of the game needs to be worked on, and it's very difficult. That's why players fail in professional sports because they don't know how to deal with failure, and hopefully Jack Caglione does know how to deal with failure because he failed up here at the big league level, and so now he has an opportunity to kind of right that ship a little bit, and hopefully he does and comes back up to this club, because if he doesn't, then we're back to where we were looking for outfield help again, right? They need Jack Caglione to be a big part of this next wave of moving forward because we don't have anybody right now in the outfield this side of Kyle Isbell, right?
I mean, Yastrzemski's been okay.
He's been good.
But he's not. But he's not
long-term.
He's
32-year-old.
Yeah. But so that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have any. Like, legitimately do not have anybody. So the organization needs this guy to produce, and I'm not rushing him back up here to the big league level at all. I don't need to see it. I've seen the games. I need him to see success. I need him to hit 500 down at the minor leagues and go, all right, I feel really good. And go into that offseason with a positive attitude. Because the worst thing that a baseball player can do is go into that offseason with just oh, man, that season killed me. I didn't do so good. Especially a young guy like that who's never failed in his entire life. Dominate AAA, my man. Dominate spring training next year, and let's hit the ground running when it matters. Because I don't need him coming back up here struggling again. Everybody going, oh, here's 2 times now. You know how it will be. So just go get your head right down in AAA, and let's see what we can do.
Speaking of not a lot of failure and dominance, the Chiefs dynasty and its dominance for at least the last 9 years, as they have won the AFC West for those 9 years. They go for a 10th consecutive AFC title this year and a 4th consecutive Super Bowl appearance. That's a lot of dominance. And Mac, why don't you dominate this show for the next 25 minutes?
I've been pounded this week. Okay, so 24 days until Chiefs game number 1. Kind of twofold. Chris Jones was on Up and Adams, as few of the Chiefs were with Kay Adams yesterday.
William Barty days away.
Yes, there we go.
Ricky Henderson days away.
Nice.
He only played for 2 teams.
Yeah, that's right. Yankees and A's.
Anybody remembers?
It's true. I'm still stunned to this day. You're like 6. I'm like,
at least.
Who else?
Yeah.
But then you're like, oh, you had a hot cup of coffee with this team, had a cold cup of coffee with that, like the Dodgers, the Giants, right?
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Padres?
Angels.
So every California team.
But anyways.
Ricky don't play anywhere but California.
Well, now he plays in heaven.
That's right.
24 days away from first game of the season. That matters.
So we're going to talk about him kind of moving his way up the all-time Chiefs sack list. But first off, this is him talking about his training camp.
Probably be my best camp. Just overall health, mental toughness, and just more so enjoying it, I'm getting a little older. I don't know how many more of these I got. So I've just been enjoying the space, enjoying the time.
Okay.
Good to hear that. Good to hear that from 95. Mm-hmm. Over the gap now, past the mark of 29, over to his 30s now, still feeling it, still excited. I think he's 5.5 sacks away from passing Neil Smith on the all-time Chiefs sack list, but he's more set on passing Tamba Hali.
Would it mean more to you to pass Tamba?
It would,
Why?
Because I learned a lot from Tamba and Justin Houston with their time here, and I was a young buck, and they showed me the ropes. And how the saying goes, the teacher...
Student becomes a teacher?
Yeah, the student becomes the teacher.
I love that. Do you know how many you need to pass Tamba?
How many?
10.
Okay.
10 sacks. He's at 80.5. Tamba Hali at 89.5. Number 1, similar to when you're talking about Jerry Rice, that record will never be broken for all-time receiving yards.
Yeah.
Similar with Derek Thomas here, 126.5 sacks. The next closest, like I said, Tamba Hali at 89.5.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's insane. So what is that, 11? That's 27.5 sacks or so. That there's that gap between just him and Tamba. But yeah, 10 more sacks for Chris Jones. So I ask you, how many sacks does he get this season? 913-586-7965.
I think he's going to go for 10 this year. And that's a big number, right? Like anything 10 or more is, we talk about it all the time. There's like 10 guys in the NFL last year who had double-digit sacks, and maybe not even 10 guys or whatever it was, right? Such a small number. But he's doing this at the defensive line position, which I think we talked about in our post-show meeting yesterday. What he's doing at the defensive line position is almost second to none. There are only 2 true defensive linemen that have 100 or more sacks in their NFL career. What was it? John Randall we talked about yesterday.
137.5.
And then who was the
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald was second
111
on that list. And I couldn't see any. They just had whoever had 100 or more sacks. And everybody on that list with either a D-end or a linebacker, edge rusher, except for two that were two straight defensive tackles. And I think Chris Jones, for the majority of his career, he's a straight defensive tackle. You don't see him lining up on the edge, right? All that often. Every once in a while.
Third down, maybe.
But nobody will say Chris Jones is a defensive end when it's all said and done. He'll be a strict defensive tackle. And so he has the opportunity to do something that a lot of defensive tackles don't do and haven't done, and that's get 100 or more sacks. So what is he at now again? 80?
80 and a half.
80 and a half. So he's 19 and a half sacks away from getting 100, would make him the third only defensive tackle of all time to get 100 or more sacks. He ain't getting that this year. If he does, then, forget about it.
DPOY.
How's he not the MVP?
Yeah, exactly.
Because some quarterback will go out there and scratch his ass and go, Joe Burrow's turn. And so that's how they'll give out the MVP. But he's 20 sacks away from that. Like, again, when you start to kind of put Chris Jones's career in perspective, you realize how good Chris Jones really has been.
You also kind of put into perspective how great the dynasty is and the reason why it's dominant, right? Like Mahomes passed Lynn Dawson, I believe, last year for passing yards all time. Dawson played in the late 60s and the 70s, right? And it took 55 years to 54 years for that record to be broken.
Yeah.
Chris Jones could become the second all-time sack leader in Chiefs history. The last one, obviously, was Tamba Ali. Probably not going to get to Derek Thomas. He'd need like 37.5 sacks in the next 3.5 years. That's a lot. That's 10.5
Who says if he even has 3.5 years left, too,
And then Travis Kelce is going to go down as the second most receiving yards in Chiefs history. And this is three players from one dynasty. And the names that I just mentioned are Tony Gonzalez is number one in Chiefs history in receiving yards. Number two is going to be Travis Kelce. Number one all-time sack leader in the Chiefs history is Derek Thomas. Number two will be Chris Jones. Number one all-time passing yards is Patrick Mahomes. Number two is Lynn Dawson. So three of those players in one dynasty run that have collected 3 Super Bowls, been to 5, won 9 AFC West titles
in a row,
are literally all on the same team, all at the same time. So before you piss on this parade and say the refs and Taylor Swift and all this, why don't you check yourself and look at what dominance looks like? And that is 3 players in franchise history playing at the exact same time, going to Super Bowls, winning divisions, going to AFC title games. And Derek Thomas, Tony Gonzalez, and Lynn Dawson all played decades away from each other. And yet, here are 3 guys playing in the same decade together on one run, and they're setting historic numbers. Not only that, Mahomes will probably go down as number 2 or number 1 in passing yards in the NFL. Travis Kelce will finish in the top 20 in all-time receiving yards. And Chris Jones could go down as the 3rd best defensive tackle of all time, just behind Aaron Donald and John Randall.
Right.
I'll go have a cigarette, and you can get into one word.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
The good thing about those numbers, too, is they're not empty stats. No offense to Derek Thomas and all these other guys. You didn't win squat. These guys are putting up numbers and winning.
Well, Len won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Len did, obviously. But then we went 50 years with no success as a team, right? So they're not empty numbers. A lot of people go, oh, look at Jason Witten's numbers, as we talked about earlier. Name me something Jason Witten did, right?
He lost his hair and grew it back.
Yeah, he did do that, which is very impressive.
Yeah, on that Urlacher diet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold them to that. I mean, that's not on them. But
they did. But I mean, it's empty stats in my opinion, right?
Well,
they didn't win anything. These guys are putting up numbers and winning.
I mean, Jason Witten's a Hall of Famer. That's a pretty. I mean,
top 10 tight end of all
Super
time.
Bowls I mean, they just put every quarterback's age on a graphic last night.
I know. Patrick
Mahomes has
has
3 Super Bowls, and all the rest of those quarterbacks on the list combined have 4.
Yeah.
And 2 of them are the 2 oldest quarterbacks in the league, and Flacco and Rodgers. So
I think it's 5. I think I commented on your thing and said,
"Thanks,
Coach."
5?
Yeah, it's 5. Yeah.
No, I think there's 6 active quarterbacks who have Super Bowl rings.
Well, it's Russell Wilson has one, Flacco and Rodgers, and Jalen Hurts. That's 4 Super Bowls.
Right, Mahomes and Wilson also have rings. So that's 6 guys right there that are active quarterbacks that have Super Bowl rings. That's it.
Russell Wilson, Matthew Stafford, Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers, and Jalen Hurts.
That's right.
Stafford.
I always forget about Mr. Back issue.
Yes.
I forgot about Stafford,
Damn it. Nice
too.
pull. Nice call.
So 6 others than Mahomes actually have rings in the NFL.
Either way, there's all the quarterbacks in the league combined have
Still.
5, and Mahomes has 3.
Yeah.
Literally.
And Mahomes has been to 5.
Yes.
But people all want to talk about this.
I digress.
This is winning and how
Sorry.
it's not that big a deal. There are no quarterbacks in the NFL that legitimately have Super Bowl rings. Jimmy Garoppolo has Super Bowl rings as a backup. Russell Wilson has the
We
one.
don't count him, yeah.
Yeah, we don't count
No,
Jimmy
we
G.
do. He's a
No,
quarterback.
with Kenny Pickett, then we're counting. No,
And
we're
what
not counting that.
I
Yeah.
see what you're
And
saying.
what team does Garoppolo even play for?
He plays
He's
for the Rams.
Rams now, yeah. Okay.
They might be counting on him.
They may be with
They may be
Stafford
counting
out.
on him.
Look at that list. All these quarterbacks that we say are the best of all time, and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, they're not on the list that matters the most.
Best of all time. All right.
New heights tonight.
Our guest today is a singer, songwriter, and producer and director from Nashville, Tennessee. That's bullshit. She is from Reading, Pennsylvania. She is the most awarded artist in the history of the American Music Awards, Billboard Music Awards, and iHeart Radio Music Awards.
Yeah, damn.
Just 14 Grammy Awards and is the only artist in the history to win Album of the Year 4 times. Last December, she wrapped up the Eras Tour, which spanned 149 shows across 51 cities, 5 continents, and was the most attended tour of all time. I'm still going. Hold up. Her last album, The Torture Poets Department, set a record with 1.76 billion streams globally within the first week alone.
All right. In the first week?
And as a fan of that guy on the Chiefs, she has 19 wins, 2 AFC titles, and a Super Bowl. 92 presenters. Are you ready for it? Making her podcasting debut, the most expensive guest in the history of shows, Taylor Swift!
That intro, Jason. Oh my God.
I've seen this before.
No,
He's
look,
about to
his
black
soul
out. Jason,
has left his
just breathe.
body.
I'm cramping.
Just
I'm
breathe.
cramping.
No,
I'm
that was
cramping.
so good. Thank you.
I tried, Tay.
Thank you for screaming for like 47 seconds. That was so nice. That was so
Tay,
sweet.
welcome to New Heights.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on my favorite podcast. As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast. And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
Yes!
Woo!
Yeah!
Mic drop.
Oh, if that's just a teaser of what this is going to be. Hey, Tony Dungy, you hear that? That was for you jackass.
Jackass. Red Lobster. My treat. Shooter. How about that?
That's so good. That was outstanding.
We had to wait till the end, man. She drops the mic. She's a badass.
She knows how to sell.
Oh my God. And she's aware of everything too. Like everybody is, right? Everybody's aware of what's going on around them. Some people act like they're not, like football players and baseball players. They're aware of everything, right? And this right here is the ultimate FU from Taylor Swift. Can you play the end, please? I love it. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Yeah, that's...
that was so good.
Thanks for having me on my favorite podcast. As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast. And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
I think Travis might have met his perfect match. That's some sauce, some sizzle,
That's
some
awesome.
spice.
Yes.
A little sweetness.
No wonder they're in love. They're so identical, man. I love it.
Boom. That's my one word.
Boom.
Boom.
Yes. Yes is mine. Was that one word? I forgot. Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's roll through some of these in the few minutes we've got. Betting lines are out for Little League.
Pathetic.
Let's go.
Pathetic.
Let's go.
Pathetic.
Teach him young. Teach him young. He's the starting pitcher for the other team. Does he look 15? Does he have facial hair? Take that team. The kid's definitely not 12.
You want to know who's going to take money from the gambling people? You know, the Little League baseball player. We're worried about the professional athletes. Michael Porter Jr. we'll get into in a minute. Dumbass. But, like, if somebody went up to a Little Leaguer and goes, here's $20 to strike out.
Hey, dude, I'll pay for your super rope and your nerd clusters. All you got to do is get out of this inning. No runs first inning. Yeah. NFR, baby. Or NRF. No runs first inning. NRFI.
Somebody, one of the offshore, I mean, it's an offshore, obviously.
Go,
sets these betting odds for the
crazy.
Little League World Series.
Take the Texas team to the house.
Carolina Hurricanes, their Twitter page posted this. This is
great.
This is awesome, man. It's terrible, but it's awesome. An actual email we received from our VP. Why didn't we think of this before? And then it's a screenshot of an email. The subject line, Taylor Swift. Hey, I'm seeing a bunch of stuff on my timeline about Taylor Swift. Have we ever thought to collaborate with her somehow? Let me know if I can help. Thanks. One word.
Ignorant.
Yeah.
Because something happens when people get promoted to management in any organization. They lose all sense of reality. They have no clue. They just say things and expect people beneath them to act and get this stuff done. At one point, some of these VPs that are out of touch with the everyday working person was an everyday working person. Put yourself back in those shoes before you send a dumbass email like that. And who's the VP of the Carolina Hurricanes that's going to get to Taylor Swift and bring her to a game?
I think my one word would be Odell. Oh, well, I think would be mine. Like, oh, well. Like, you tried. Like, you're trying to flex, but it ain't happening, baby. Not going to happen. Good luck, though. I mean, shoot your shot, right? We all try to get Kay Adams to go to Green Lady Lounge. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Porter Jr., you mentioned it, Bob. Man, he's on a podcast talking about sports betting. Quote, think about it. If you can get all your homies rich by telling to bet $10,000 on my under this one game, I'm going to act like I got an injury and I'll get a little bag. Some people come from nothing. They think like that. One word.
No, he's not right about that. Some people do come from nothing and think like that. That is a major, major issue. But you're playing professional sports. You should be making more money on the court, on the floor, on the field, on the ice than you're making anywhere else. It's a stupid, and that's what I'll use comment for that, because on the day that this comes out, the governor of Ohio is now trying to end prop betting because of what the Cleveland Indians did and you know, all that stuff with Class A. And he wants to end prop betting. Now, I don't think it's been that big a deal that we need to start ending stuff. There's been instances here or there, very few and far between. But if they're already talking about ending prop betting in the state of Ohio because of what happened with the Cleveland baseball team, man, what are we going to do here? We can't do that. You've got some bad seeds. They need to be taken care of, and they need to be taken out of the sport. And quite honestly, if I'm the NBA and I hear that from Michael Porter Jr., you're done.
That's just unintelligent, right? Come to work, do your job, shake the right hands, have the right conversations, go on with your day. In any facet of life, the more you make it about you and the more attention you bring to yourself, the tougher the time will be. So it's just unintelligent. Your brother literally is no longer in the league because of what he did.
And that's the other thing. It's not like you didn't know. Like
senior.
Your brother has been canceled by the NBA.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's bad for the Shield, and you can't have that.
Someone who's proven that he could be bad for the Shield but has not been canceled from the MLB yet. Shohei Ohtani, his agent and him have been accused in a lawsuit of sabotaging a $240 million luxury housing project on Hawaii's coast. The lawsuit alleges Ohtani and his agent used their celebrity leverage to push out the plaintiffs for their own financial gain.
Yeah, got the broker fired.
I'm going to say,
I'm going to say it's crooked. And I think that there needs to be more attention put on Shohei Ohtani.
I don't disagree with you. That's why I said, this is 2 financial scandals in the calendar year with this guy?
And he's just going to plead the fifth and be like,
don't know.
You can talk to my interpreter. No. We are done with that. This is strike 2, and we are going to have a conversation. I think there's too much smoke around a fire that's named Shohei Ohtani right now, and I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. And fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. And to me, this is a more serious topic than I think a lot of people will handle this today. I insist on you going to your baseball insiders or talking to people that are knowledgeable around the system, because this is a story that is not going to go away. This is something that will get revisited. I understand right now baseball's in their push. They just released their playoff schedule, their World Series schedule. I believe October 25th is Game 1 on Fox. And then this story comes up. And right now, your face of baseball is Shohei Ohtani, the greatest player maybe of all time. And I want to let people know that in the MLB, this is something that will ruin it. This is a player of a huge following that has made a lot of money, that set a lot of records, and there is too much to this story that should just go brushed under the bed. There will be more to this investigation in the months to come, and it is a bigger topic than I think the attention it will get today.
But it won't get attention because it's Shohei Ohtani. If this was a player that nobody ever heard of, then there would be action taken and investigations taken. Like, I think everybody's looking at Shohei Ohtani now with kind of, what's the truth here?
No doubt. There's too much smoke. And what was the tweet we saw last night? If I had a nickel for every time Shohei Ohtani had a legal investigation, I'd have 2 nickels. That's not a lot, but it's too many.
It's too many.
It's weird that it's happened twice. Yes.
In one calendar year. Like, there's too much smoke right now.
Coincidence? I think not. Coming up, who is the team to take on the Eagles in the NFC? We go to the other side of the conference to talk a little NFC football here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, my friend Dawn Sharp is the best in the business when it comes to the real estate market. That's why she's the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And while other agents are hoping for the best, Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team plan for success. Their proven system takes the stress out of selling and puts the money in your pocket faster than you ever thought possible. So you don't want to trust your sale to anyone. Google the Sharp Homes team and see why clients rave about Dawn's results. And the Sharp Homes team can also give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, well, contact them and discuss that instant offer program. Like I said, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And it's so easy to find them. Just Google them, Sharp Homes team. You'll read from over 225 five-star Google reviews, and they can also give you that instant offer on your home if that's the route you want to take. So Google them, Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team, and start packing.
Dane Hughes here. I've seen a lot of stat lines in my playing days, but these numbers, they caught my attention. Flight by Yingling. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and all the crisp, refreshing flavor you want in a light beer. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, so you know it's got some serious history behind it. If you're into stats and taste, you're going to love this beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dane Hughes. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th and Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Ring the bell! We've done it again! Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Guys, you already know that Low T Center has been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. Testosterone replacement therapy has helped men get their energy back, regain confidence, save their marriage, and help overcome symptoms associated with depression. It's truly life-changing. Women are affected too. Did you know that women with hormonal imbalances experience many of the same symptoms of men with low testosterone, and you know how frustrating that can be? For the first time ever, Low T Center is now offering hormone replacement therapy for women. Low T doesn't just affect guys. In fact, testosterone can benefit women as well, with in-center or at-home treatments options available for women. Find out which is right for you when you speak to one of their providers about injections, topical creams, and pellets. Ladies can come to any of their centers, get a test, and get a full hormone panel to get a personalized hormone therapy plan just for you. Ladies and gentlemen, just imagine how much better you'll feel when your hormone levels are restored. And guys, if you haven't taken your T-test yet, what are you waiting for? It's time to take control of your health with Low T Center. For more information about men getting their lives back or balancing women's hormones for a better you, book your appointment. Head over to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com. You'll be glad you did.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
KC drivers have behaved themselves so far this morning, and there are no wrecks to report on any of the major roads, and scheduled daytime road work will have minor impact on traffic flow today. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Final segment of the 7 o'clock hour here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. Talking about the NFC here.
The National Football Conference.
I like the NFC a little bit because I like to.
It's wide open.
I like to see the other side of the moon every once in a while.
Beautiful planet.
We don't see the dark side of the moon.
Did you see Venus and Jupiter lined up today?
Is that what those two are?
Yeah, I've got that night sky app on my phone, and I
wonder
saw
what planets those were.
It looked like a TV radio tower, with the lights, and I looked at that. What are those two planets? And it was,
so when you wake up in the morning, look to the east.
Yeah,
it's in the eastern sky. Because I've seen them slowly but surely getting closer. I'm like, those are obviously planets, but I have mine. But I'm just always this morning I lost my mind. I couldn't find my phone. It was in my top drawer, my dresser that slipped in there. It was crazy. I don't know. You know how those days go.
So annoying. Yep.
I pulled out of my driveway, and as I pull out, I look to my east, and there's those two spots, and I'm like, I wonder what those are. And then I got in the parking lot, couldn't see them anymore. I forget that it's over.
It changes fast, though.
Yeah. So early in the morning or late at night, whenever you want to look, look to the eastern skyline, and you'll see two planets. That's Venus and Jupiter.
Yeah, they're starting to line up. The last couple of days, they've been angled at a 45-degree angle, and now they're straight up and down in the morning. I wonder if it's going to shift back the other way. From the left side to the right side, or how that goes. But, these are the things you look at when you're up before everybody else.
we talked a little bit earlier about, QB, how Dan Orlovsky kind of grades his quarterbacks, and there's obviously your quarterback tiers. You look at the NFC, is the Eagles' biggest competition in their own division? Is it Washington and Jaden Daniels?
I don't know the answer to that question because there's something about the Rams that's very interesting to me. But now with the Matthew Stafford injury, that's a big question mark out there, right?
Already getting cortisone in the back.
I know. He ought to go to see QC Kinetics. I don't know why he's wasting time with the cortisone shot, man. Go to QC Kinetics. Get that back fixed. Let's go. 816-412-6299 if you need it, Matthew Stafford. Let's go.
He's also 37 years old.
I know, which makes it even more important for him to go see QC Kinetics. He's getting older. Let's go. But I don't know. I think Washington is like the favorite on paper. It's year two. Year two is always an interesting year. Remember Andy Reid's year two, step back before step forward. Royals a little bit year two. Last year was year one. A little bit of a step back before maybe a step forward huge next year, right? Sometimes that year two is an interesting year. Not used to dealing with the pressure and handling everybody thinking you're a contender right now. So it's just a little bit of a question mark for me, but I don't really know who the number 2 team is right now in the NFC. That's how wide open that side of the league is.
Niners?
They're coming off a really bad season.
Play a last place schedule.
That's a fair point.
Their schedule is cake.
But it's also, it is a 2-game difference with the last place schedule now.
According to Kyle Shanahan, they're without Brandon Ayuk. Could be week 4 when he comes back. Could be week 6 when he comes back. Could be week 9 when he comes back.
So I saw week 6
Week
for
6
him.
is what I saw.
But they're all over the board,
we'll see.
obviously.
Yeah.
We'll see where it is. Nobody knows.
Who misses more time, Brandon Ayuk or Rashee Rice?
Ayuk,
yeah.
I still can't wrap my head around a 6-game suspension. I can't.
But
I'm waiting for that suspension.
I'm just not in on Washington this year. I think you mentioned last place schedule. That was their schedule last year.
Mm-hmm.
This year they're going to have that second place schedule. They're an old team. And
They
re-signed. They're an old team, and they re-signed a lot of those old players that they had last season that overperformed.
Is it still the Lions? Are they still the number 2 contender in the NFC?
I
No
feel
coaches
so.
anymore.
I know that. Yeah.
That's where I am on the Lions. I need a wait and see for the Lions. Give me September for the Lions.
But
Is
on
that
paper,
fair?
yes. Yeah, I think that's fair. On paper, though, yeah. On paper, I think you're right.
Is Minnesota in that conversation?
Well, for me, they are.
Really?
I love Matt Fleener. He can coach the hell out of those Vikings and anchor the news on Channel 9. But no, I've been impressed by that. But again, give me September with them because if J.J. McCarthy plays good in the first month of the season, then maybe you start to say that Kevin O'Connell really is number 3 on the list of coaches in the NFL. I don't know. 4 maybe.
That's high up there.
I know it is. But, how many quarterbacks has he won double-digit games with?
Right.
Does Tampa Bay deserve a mention here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Baker needs to be a very high pick at quarterback in fantasy this year.
I think Tampa Bay is quietly going to be good. They're going to win a very bad division. Nobody's going to pay attention to them. They're going to get in the playoffs. They'll win a playoff game, and people are like, where'd Tampa come from? And all of a sudden, they're in the divisional round of the playoffs taking on Philadelphia.
I have a top 5 offense.
I also ask you, a couple more NFC North teams, can Caleb figure it out in Chicago be a threat?
Be a threat, yeah, but not to this level.
Okay.
Be fun.
And
be
then what
spicy.
about your boy
You're
Jordan?
buying into the negative publicity of Caleb, aren't
Oh
you, a
gosh,
little
no.
bit?
This is a Chicago Bears argument. You're talking about going from winning 5 games to winning 13 or 12.
that's a big turn.
No, that's 2 years.
What about Green Bay?
Jordan Love had that injury.
I wasn't going to mention it. I'm glad you did. Yes, Green Bay is a possibility here. Yes.
But Jordan Love's injury is on the left hand, so I'm not really
It's the
concerned
left,
about that. That's
I think he'll be
okay.
fine. He did look really bad in that first preseason game. It was a few throws. I still like Jordan Love, and I love Matt LaFleur, kind of like you love Kevin O'Connor. That's how I feel about or Kevin O'Connell. That's how I feel about LaFleur.
Yeah.
So to steal one word, how about one team? We picked our teams.
Yep.
Who could kind of give Philadelphia?
I'm going to go with the Lions.
Okay.
Just because of the talent, and I think talent sometimes can supersede the coaching and whatnot. They got really good offensive players.
Yep.
So I want to say the Lions because I really like their uniforms, and I think the Lions and Chiefs would be a fun Super Bowl.
That'd be a blast,
right? Would that not be fun?
Blast. Great color matchup.
Great
too.
color matchup.
Great color matchup.
Such a great uniform matchup. Yeah.
I'll go Rams. Maybe one word. Rams.
All right. Dusty.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna say San Fran.
Oh, okay. I don't
hate
hate
it.
off the board pick. I don't mind
hate
that.
that.
Yeah.
I like the division because of Matthew Stafford's out in the West.
Yeah.
Seattle, we don't know what Darnold and Cooper Kupp are going to be. And then there's San Fran playing the last place schedule. And I think that they can do that. And Brock Purdy can, use Kittle and use Purcell and use Juwan Jennings, and they can run that scheme that they run out there in Shanahan's offense. Look what Washington did last year with the last place schedule. A lot of
100%.
people are off on Washington because of that last place schedule last year and that they were just that surprise team. Can Dan Quinn do it again? with Mr. Daniels at quarterback.
Look at all these things that we've kind of put out there, though, for these teams, like these question marks that we have that we don't ask here in Kansas City, right? A lot of the times we're very fortunate to have that. I'm interested in Brock Purdy this year, man. Like it's his team now.
For sure.
Paid, trust, everything's there.
Traded players away from the offense and whatnot. So they've turned this over to him. It's going to be fun to see if he can be that guy.
Yeah, go win some games.
Yeah.
We can do that again, but we'll do it for the AFC side because I think Philadelphia is the favorite in the NFC, as well as the Chiefs, I think, in our minds, is the favorite in the AFC. But coming up on the other side, Peyton Manning had something to say about Super Bowls and winning. And what's important most is championships. At 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quatraro, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, the summer travel season may be over, but now you're thinking about fall travel season. You're thinking about winter travel season, and I know you're thinking about spring break already. And when you're thinking about those travel arrangements, make sure you're thinking about Park and Go as well, because they are the best spot to park at KCI. It's all covered parking, and their customer service is phenomenal. Here's what you do. You make that flight reservation. You see a good fare, book it, done. Go right to bookparkandgo.com or download their app and make your parking reservation. You're going to get all covered parking, and you're going to prepay, and that's when you save money. You're going to save money every single time you prepay with the good folks over at Park and Go. And then show up on the day of your flight, scan that reservation, and they direct you right to that covered parking spot they have reserved for you. And before you even pull into the spot, here comes the van to take you right to the airport terminal. It is awesome. And then when you get back, just grab your bag, walk outside, and jump on the bus. It's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
We're hiring residential garage door installers at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Join the team trusted here since 1927. Apply today, get a call today. No experience necessary. Paid training for motivated applicants to install garage doors. Hiring bonus up to $2,500. Mechanical, carpentry, or service industry experience is a plus. Good benefits include health, dental, vision, and pension. Earn as you learn to service the best garage door customers in KC. Apply today at overheaddoorkc.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Underdog want to let you know they're available right now to play in the state of Missouri. And that's awesome because you can make all of your selections on the Underdog app and go yard all baseball season long. And millions of fans have already won billions. And the Underdog app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players. To play on Underdog, it's so simple. I love playing on the Underdog app. And I love this time of year because you got baseball and football. And I can combine selections from multiple sports into one entry. And all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. And you can choose from things like home runs and strikeouts and total bases and so much more. And once your entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1. If you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app now and sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Stuck isn't a career plan. Centric can help you get moving on that dream career fast because you can start a new career in IT in as little as 4 months.
Don't just take it from us. How about a recent graduate through the Centric IT career program? Prince said, "This isn't just the end of a program. It's the beginning of a new path built on everything I've learned and experienced with all of you."
They can help you find that new career at Centric.com. Reach out to our guy, Russ Mondry, and find out what Centric can do for you. That's, again, Centric.com.
Hardy. All I know's I'm gonna live this redneck life until it kills me.
Jim Bob World Tour. This Thursday night at T-Mobile Center. With Co Wetzel, Steven Wilson Jr., and Sikaris. ACM Award winner Hardy live. On sale now at livenation.com.
Fell in love with a psycho.
Lincoln Park. From Zero World Tour 2025.
You ready?
Live in Kansas City. T-Mobile Center, August 31st. With special guest Gene Dawson. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit lincolnpark.com.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks.
Tune in to exclusive Chiefs training camp coverage live from St. Joe on 96.5 The Fan. All access player and coach interviews that you can only hear on 96.5 The Fan. Chiefs training camp coverage is sponsored by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
KC drivers have behaved themselves so far this morning, and there are no wrecks to report on any of the major roads, and scheduled daytime road work will have minor impact on traffic flow today. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You can listen to the Royals and White Sox Friday, August 15th on The Fan, AM 610, with Vern's on Deck shows starting at 6. KFMZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Back in it on a Wednesday.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. You hear that sound, or you know the Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll is up on X on the Fan 965. Go ahead and follow it if you don't already, and you can vote. We asked you this question: who would you rather see come back for one more year? Salvador Perez with the Royals, Travis Kelce with the Chiefs. Currently, Travis Kelce is losing. Salvador Perez has 53% of the votes. Travis Kelce, 47%.
I like your idea of if we took this in like week 4 of the NFL season and Travis already had like 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, where the voting would be. Because you're at the end of the baseball season, right? Going into the postseason. You've got football a full month in. I would like to revisit this poll when we have football season to see, like, and I'm serious, like week 4 of the NFL season, just as baseball's entering that final weekend, you know, like that final Wednesday of September, revisit this poll and say, hey, we asked you guys this about a month and a half ago. And Salvi won, right? He's winning right now. And I just don't know if it's prisoner of the moment type stuff or everybody's just resigned to the fact that this is Travis's last year. But it's not are you resigned to the fact? It's like, who do you want for one more year? Is it Salvi or is it Travis? And I'm taking Salvi because he's got the team option and Travis doesn't, because I can't pick. It's like, who's your favorite child? I'm not answering that question because I don't have an answer for that question.
Who would your answer be, Dusty?
I think I would go with Salvador Perez.
Okay, same here.
Because I think this is, from what we've done and what we've seen and what we know from Travis Kelce, this could be it. And I think this is the best chance of him going out. We heard Patrick Mahomes and Kay Adams say this is maybe the best team that they've ever had. Go win it all, go to a 4th straight Super Bowl, win your 4th, retire in a blaze of glory, marry the girl, run away into the sunset, live forever in Cleveland.
I mean, that's everybody's fantasy land right there, except for the Cleveland part. Like, who's willingly choosing to live in Cleveland?
LeBron James. He doesn't even live there.
He doesn't even live there.
But 3 responses. Got to be the guy more likely to take home silverware, surely.
Silverware?
Yeah. From another response.
From a 1587 steakhouse? Silverware.
From another response, it would sting more if the Royals go on a run without Salvi. He deserves to be part of this team's success for as long as he wants to, in my opinion.
That's a good take.
And then the last one says it's Kelce because he's more likely to be the reason another title comes to Kansas City. So a house divided, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Hey, baby, how you doing?
That's what we're saying to Peyton Manning, because obviously Peyton had a conversation the other day about, winning Super Bowls and all this sort of stuff. And I think the thing when you talk about Sean Payton and what he's done with the Denver Broncos, and I thought Colin Cowherd made a great point. I know I watch it almost every day that I get home because it's on at the same time that I'm at home. And he talked about maybe the underrated stuff that Sean Payton's done. That team was basically bankrupt. Then Walmart bought him. They gave Russell Wilson all that money. That was a disaster. They brought in Sean Payton. He showed no shyness towards Russell Wilson, I believe, in the first game that he had in a preseason game last year. he was playing Arizona, and Russell Wilson was in with 2 minutes left in the first half. So that was more of like a, hey, dude, you're not my guy, but go prove to everybody else you can be that guy. The Giants took a flyer on him, and we'll see how he does there.
With Pittsburgh last year.
That's right. Completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
And
so did Pittsburgh.
This was Sean Payton talking about Super Bowls with Kay Adams as she was in Denver.
That first team meeting was, hey, I don't want to be uncomfortable or phased at all by discussing what it's like to play in the Super Bowl, what it's like to win a division. And make no mistake, and with all due respect, what Kansas City's been able to accomplish has been remarkable. So there's a tremendous amount of respect there for their run. And so I've always in this league thought of the 3 goals is win your division, best seeding possible, win a Super Bowl.
Those are your 3 phases.
And I just think that, yeah, on a near, like, and then I would say for us, like, more specifically, is starting fast this year. You know, we didn't back 2 years ago. A year ago, we started 0-2 and then bounced back. But us starting fast at home and not putting ourselves in a hole where maybe week 16 could be played for something differently than it should be because of your start.
It's interesting comments because I know people probably roll their eyes when he talks about Super Bowl. You're the head coach of an organization. You better be talking about Super Bowl. Even if your team is ready or it isn't ready, that has to be the goal. I mean, Dick Vermeil's whole philosophy was the main thing is the main thing. And that was always the Super Bowl trophy. And that's what you're always going for. If you're in Major League Baseball, it's winning the World Series, the Stanley Cup. You get how it works. And so I like the fact that he is talking about Super Bowl for the Broncos. But let's think about this really out loud, guys. Denver, when you start thinking about the best teams in the AFC, they could potentially be a top 5 team. I'm not putting Cincinnati up there anymore just because Dan Orlovsky says Joe Burrow has nice eyes. I'm not putting – they need to earn it. They need to earn their respect back as one of the best teams in the NFL or in the AFC. And when you start looking at the balance of power in the AFC and who the top teams are, Kansas City, Buffalo are 1 and 2, and there's no argument there, right? And then you start to think about Baltimore being as one of the top, teams in the AFC. Who's then after that? Denver may be a top 5 team in the AFC. They're in the playoffs last year. Super Bowl winning head coach who's in love with his quarterback. Like, that's a Taylor Travis type relationship going on out there in Denver, folks.
Well, I don't think that.
I mean, that is a Taylor Travis type relationship going out there with Bo Nix and Sean Payton. And they got a badass defense. Denver should be considered, I believe, one of the top 5 teams right now in the AFC. Maybe even a top 4 team right now in the AFC. Because I'm not sure who I put at number 4 in the AFC.
Well, it's not, Jets, Patriots, Dolphins.
No.
So there gets rid of that.
Right.
AFC South, you go. It's not Titans, Jags, Colts. So
and it's
great.
Probably not even Houston at this point in time.
That would be. I would maybe put them at 5 or 6.
Yeah,
but they're not ahead of Denver right now.
I don't know.
And then Cincinnati, you mentioned. I'm definitely not putting Pittsburgh, and I'm not putting Cleveland, obviously. So, yeah, it's Cincinnati and Houston are even the 2 ones that get a conversation to be ahead of Denver. And I think you're right, Bob. They got the defense. They've got the coach. And for one season, from what we saw last year, their quarterback is more than competent.
The other thing, too, is their schedule is quite easy for the first 7 games.
Okay.
They've got 2 big ones. And outside of that, they should be 5-2.
Who do they have?
So they start off at home against the Titans.
Nice.
Gotta win that game.
They go on the road the next week to the Colts.
Gotta win that
Damn,
game.
Okay.
God. And who do we have? The Chargers and Eagles out of the gate.
In Brazil and then in Arrowhead.
Right.
Nice.
And you want to tell me this isn't a made-for-TV league? Denver, you can go take care of, the nobodies in the first 2 weeks of the season. Chiefs, we're going to give you everybody in the first 2 weeks of the season.
They get their first division game at the Chargers in week 3, which they will still be beat up because Najee Harris is probably not going to be ready by then. They said he might be ready by week 1, but
he
we don't
practiced
know.
yesterday,
He
I
just
guess?
now starting to practice. We know their left tackle's out for the season.
They have more injuries right now. I mean, sorry,
rough.
Not sorry, but
it's rough.
Then they play the big one on Monday night. It is them at home versus the Cincinnati Bengals.
Whew.
So there will be your decision.
That's a balance of power game.
There's your decision of who's the fifth best team in the AFC.
Who are you rooting for in that game?
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
I want to win the
you
division.
have to. Yeah, you have to root
I don't
for
play
Cincinnati
this year.
Right.
Let the division lose
For sure.
so you can get that, one seed as close
And
as
I think
fast as
Cincinnati
possible.
the biggest frauds on planet Earth. but you got to root for Cincinnati.
So Denver gets home against Titans, at Indianapolis, at Chargers, home against Cincinnati, and then they go to Philadelphia.
Ooh. Okay, so that's a tougher 3-week stretch a little
And
bit.
then you ready for this? At Jets, home against the Giants, home against Cowboys.
Damn.
Those are their first 10 games.
Jeez.
Or, I'm sorry, that's their first 8 games of the season. 6-2 with a real threat, and then you don't play the Denver Broncos until November 16th at home.
I'd rather have that as the back end of my schedule than the front end of my schedule. Now, obviously, you
that's
can,
basically the Chiefs and Broncos are flipping.
Yeah. You can obviously make hay early on, but I'd rather get the tough opponents out of the way. It's not who you play at times, it's when you play them. And playing tougher opponents earlier in the season, to me, is a better thing because they haven't figured themselves out yet. You're still riding the high of last year. Like, getting the Eagles week 2 is really good. Having the Eagles in week 10, they probably got things figured out. They know what they're doing. They're still riding high. They're going to be emotional coming in here to Arrowhead Stadium and all that kind of stuff. So you're getting them at a really good time, I think.
Stop talking. Shut up. Because you don't know football. You don't know football. You don't know this team. You don't know Patrick Mahomes.
There you go.
When was that? I love
Somebody's given him a microphone over the last couple of days. He's
hot, baby.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Kristen Lappas will join us, the director of Chiefs Kingdom on ESPN. The first 2 episodes come out Thursday at 8 o'clock. The rest of the series will be available all at once on Disney+. We'll talk to Miss Kristen about this Chiefs Kingdom documentary that had Mac and, Bob both sobbing on episode 2 here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics want to help you out. Yeah, they're helping everybody with that joint pain, with that back pain, with the knee pain, with the ankle pain, with the shoulder pain, right? As we age, our joints tend to weaken a little bit. And you think, it'll just heal itself. It'll all get better. And then you realize nothing is changing. So it's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. And there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair those damaged joint tissues. Natural cellular therapies with no scalpels, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics now. They'll give you that free no-pressure chat and thorough evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. So grab the phone now and give them a call. Set up that appointment. They're available on Saturday as well. 816-412-6299 and ask about their free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure where to start? Selling a home can feel overwhelming, especially if you're facing foreclosure, a divorce, an inherited property you don't want, or just need to move quickly. But you don't have to figure it out alone. Rex Buys KC is here to help. As a local home buyer, I understand the Kansas City market inside and out. My family and I live right here, so I know the neighborhoods, the trends, and the challenges homeowners face. That's why I take a consultative approach, helping you explore your options and find the best path forward. We buy houses in any condition, no need for repairs, no agent commissions, and no hidden fees. You'll receive a fair cash offer with a closing timeline that works for you. Whether that's in as little as 7 days or at your own pace, just a simple, hassle-free process designed around your needs. If you're ready to talk through your options, call me today at 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Let's find the right solution for you. Rex Buys KC. Local, fair, and focused on you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the sound of happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Men, summertime is here. And that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
KC drivers have behaved themselves so far this morning, and there are no wrecks to report on any of the major roads, and scheduled daytime road work will have minor impact on traffic flow today. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Last day of training camp, and again, training camp coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save, get more with Geico. As you wait for football to start, there are so many things you can dive into to kind of get you to that level of excitement for football. One of those will be coming out on ESPN Chiefs Kingdom. We are now joined by the director, Kristen Lappas, of that wonderful documentary. Kristen, I got to ask, 1, thanks for coming on the show with us today. 2, how much fun was it making this?
Oh, my gosh. It was like a once-in-a-career opportunity working with these guys over the course of the 2024 season. The access that we got to a program that has been historically pretty guarded about letting, cameras in their locker room and on their field. So dream opportunity, got to know the guys really well. And I walked away having a real respect for what they're doing in Kansas City.
How did this idea come to fruition? Did the Chiefs approach you guys? Did you approach them? How did this all come together?
Yeah, it's funny. So I work for a production company called Words and Pictures, and our CEO, his name is Connor Schell. He created 30 for 30 at ESPN, really well thought of in the film and entertainment industry. Mm-hmm. And he is born and raised in Kansas City. Oh. So he, for a long time, had been kind of talking to President Mark Donovan about what it would look like to do something on the history of the Chiefs. And after they won their second consecutive Super Bowl, it just felt like the right time. Anytime you can embed with a team as they're pursuing history, win or lose, it's a fascinating moment in time to capture. And so, he came back to Mark and he was like, let us do it now. Now's the time. And after that, I got involved. I'm a coach's kid. My dad was a college basketball coach at Villanova and a few other D1 programs. And so it just was a good fit. I think they thought that maybe a coach's kid might be able to get Coach Reed to kind of put some of his walls down and kind of, let us in. And I felt like that ended up being the case.
No, that's 100% the case. And a little behind the scenes, I've watched the first 2 episodes already. And I'm going to ruin it for people just now because you said something that I have to follow up on. You had Andy Reid in tears and emotional in the second episode of this. That's a side of Andy Reid I don't think any of us have really seen, where you had him pausing. He was, verklempt for a better word. And I'm like, oh my God, I've never, ever, ever seen this side of Andy before. And it got me crying. I cried I had to pause the thing yesterday because I was crying so much watching that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's my job as a director to try to earn the trust of people and allow them to feel comfortable enough to let their guard down. And I just feel like with Coach Reed, we just kind of hit it off from the very beginning, from our first interview. And, I love his wife, Tammy. I have so much respect for them. And again, he was the coach in Philadelphia when my dad was at Villanova. So they overlapped a little bit in Philly. And I just think that, having the perspective of a coach's kid, being on the other side of the media, I do think it helped me. But again, trust was built over the course of 8 months. And, the interview that you mentioned about, Coach getting emotional, that took place in Dana Point after the season, when he invited me and my film crew out there, which was such an honor. I don't think he's ever allowed cameras in the beach house. So, I hope people see a different side of Coach. I mean, he's an incredible person. I hope you walk away understanding him maybe in a little bit more of a deeper way, as opposed to kind of maybe what you walk in thinking and knowing about him.
Talking with Kristen Lappas of the Chiefs Kingdom, the director of that. You're no stranger to successful sports docs with winning 2 Emmys for the Blackfeet Boxing, Not Invisible, and A Mountain to Climb. What makes this one maybe a little bit more special than those 2? I know that they come with trophies, but might have another one on that shelf as well, Kristen.
It's a once in a career opportunity to embed with a team as they're pursuing history. I mean, that just doesn't happen very often in sports. And so win or lose, being with, one of the greatest athletes, definitely of our generation, maybe of all time, in Patrick Mahomes, and getting to be with him the day before the Super Bowl, which we were in episode 6, when he's getting his hair cut and he's being really honest about, the pressure that he feels and how people keep hitting him up for different things. And it's really overwhelming to him when he's trying to focus on the game. Like, that is perspective that I feel like you just don't get from superstar athletes like that. So this was definitely probably the highlight of my career up to this point. High profile guys, but also allowing fans and audiences to see them in a new way.
Kristen, Chiefs fans are going to love this, and everybody who's in Kansas City is going to love this. How do you sell this to Buffalo fans or Cincinnati fans or Raider fans?
Yeah, I mean, I think that fans of good stories are going to want to watch this. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I devour documentaries. I'm not a soccer person, but I watch David Beckham, right? Because it's a great story about excellence. And I do think that, we show in the doc that, like, the Chiefs have the utmost respect for Buffalo and for Josh Allen and for, the Ravens and for their longtime rivals, the Raiders. All of those teams appear in this series. And so I do think there's a little bit of something for everyone. And I also think if you love football and you love kind of taking in the history, learning more about Lamar Hunt, who is essentially the architect of the modern day NFL, I think is fascinating. And I don't think a lot of people know that story.
Right.
So again, I think like the real heart and soul of this series and what makes it kind of magical for me is the off the field narratives and the personal storylines of the guys away from the football field. And again, I think that resonates with any fan from any team.
Yeah, Bob had just mentioned, Kristen, like, what's something that Bills, Ravens, and Cincy fans can have? What's something that maybe Chiefs fans will take away from this that maybe they never even knew about, or maybe something they're learning for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that was a highlight for me was taking Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, and Coach Reed down into the underground
That was
world.
awesome.
That's called the Metropolis. So
And to
that
see Bob Moore, you found Bob Moore, too. I know he's been living in that cave for the last 15 years, but my God, you found Bob Moore. Thank God.
in the tweed jacket with the white gloves on.
Perfect. It was a perfect Bob Moore representation.
Could not have cast the historian of the Chiefs better than Bob Moore. But it was really interesting. So no Chiefs player or coach had ever been brought down into the underground to see and take in the Chiefs archive. And so we thought it would be a really fun thing to take those guys down there and actually document in real time their experience and their reaction. And for guys like Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, who people say, oh, we're so oversaturated with them, they're always in the media. But to get those guys in a real organic moment where they're reacting like little kids to artifacts that have been down in these caves for generations, I just think you see a very just unscripted and fun version of those guys that you don't normally get to see. So I think, the caves was a really cool thing. Bob Moore, also the historian for the Chiefs, has curated boxes for every single Chiefs player who has ever gone through the organization. They have a box with artifacts from their career.
Isn't that crazy?
And he surprised the four guys and gave them their boxes. And so you get Travis Kelce pulling things out of his box that he hadn't seen in years and kind of reliving those memories. So that was a really cool thing.
Oh, I can't wait for that episode.
That's awesome. That's great.
Fantastic. I mean, if the last four are anything like the first two, you guys have really done an unbelievable job with this. I know I'm biased. I'm a huge Chiefs fan. We all love it here in Kansas City. But, I mean, when you can move a 48-year-old man to tears to stop a movie at 1 o'clock in the afternoon about football, you've done your job, Kristen. It so far has been nothing short of brilliant.
Well, you never know how people are going to react. And, day of a premiere, it's pretty anxiety-inducing for the entire team. I mean, we had 60 people behind the scenes working tirelessly on the series for 9 months. So we're all eager and anxious to have it out in the world, and we hope everybody likes it as much as you did.
No doubt. Kristen, we appreciate the time. And before we let you go, where can we find this? How can we watch it? And also, is Taylor Swift in the documentary?
Okay, I'll start with the easy questions. It's going to be August 14th, tomorrow, Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN, but it's also available to stream on ESPN Plus and on Disney Plus, which is super exciting. So global audience with Disney Plus, which we hope, the Chiefs Kingdom in Mexico and Germany and all the places that, love the Chiefs will be able to watch it as well. And Taylor does make an appearance in the documentary. I don't want to spoil anything, but episode 3 for all the Swifties.
That's next.
All right. Kristen, we appreciate the time. Thanks for doing all the hard work there for this documentary. We can't wait to watch it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Kristen Lappas there, the director of Chiefs Kingdom on ESPN. First 2 episodes come out Thursday, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock our time. And then, like she said, the rest will be available on ESPN Plus and Disney Plus. Episode 3, Swifties. Episode 3.
So that's today, episode 3.
Just New Heights, everything's
God,
there.
there's a lot of Taylor Swift to get through today, man. You're right. The New Heights episode, the Chiefs Concerns podcast with Binkley. They changed their screen to orange. He sent it to me, which is outstanding. Well
Lean
played.
into it.
Gotta lean
Lean
into
into
it. It's wonderful. I love every minute of it. And then this Chiefs Kingdom, and I know we're going to talk about it on Friday after everybody gets the opportunity to watch the first couple of episodes, of this thing. And Mac and I kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday. Like, we don't want to play spoiler on this. And as good as it is, and as much as I want to talk about everything that I've watched so far in this documentary, I want you guys to enjoy it as much as I did. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this was a great part or that was a great part.
Yep.
And I feel bad about the Andy Reid and letting that cat out of the bag, but she led me down that road, and that's a good job out of them to get a side of Andy Reid that we've never seen before.
Seriously. No, it was incredible. Had me in tears. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Can't wait to watch more.
I'm excited to see the Caves episode.
Episode 1.
Yep.
Start right there.
And it's just like, hey, by the way, here's 2014, Travis. Here's your rookie.
That part I haven't seen yet. So the part that I've seen, they just kind of take him in there and start showing some artifacts and whatnot. And for those who have known Bob Moore over the years as the head of PR for the Chiefs and whatnot, like you can't pick a better historian. This guy knows everything about the Chiefs. And like anytime I have a question to this day, I'll call Bob and go, you remember this guy or that guy? And he'll give you a whole entire rundown of everything. And if he has a legit artifact box for every single person that played in this organization, what does Bringing Stool's artifact box look like? What do you think's in Kadarius Toney's artifact box?
Sky Moore's got a Super Bowl winning or a Super Bowl caught ball.
Yeah.
At least that's there.
Tony has that too.
Tony does have
and the longest punt return ever.
Yeah, that's true. So
In
there
Super
are
Bowl
artifacts.
history.
Like, who would have the worst artifact box of this recent generation? Like,
Jonathan
Revis?
Baldwin.
Oh, Baldwin,
He's
yeah.
probably got a Band-Aid for the eye that he got cut open by Thomas Jones.
Revis, what does he have?
A face mask that a football went off
That
of.
went off of, yeah.
To Mariota for a touchdown.
Yeah.
The worst.
Forward progress on the play. It's not a sack. Oh.
Imagine it. DJ's probably got a huge
hell yeah.
collection of stuff in there, man. How cool would that be, though, as the player to get all this stuff?
It's
like,
crazy.
she teased it pretty good. Like, I'm excited to watch that episode and see Travis going, oh, my God, I can't believe about this or believe about that, and let them kind of relive their careers. That's fun, too.
So shout out to Kristen Lappas there for the inside information of the documentary comes out. I always, in the show, do nice things for somebody. You never know. Change their day, week, month, or year. Simply cool to care. Last day at Chiefs camp, right? There's video, and you guys, well, Mac, you know this, how sought after a PS5 is.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like very expensive.
Yep.
Kids saving up all their allowance money just to go buy a PS5. Got a buddy turning 9 this week. His son's turning 9 this weekend. That's his number one gift. He wants a PS5.
PS5.
How much are they?
Like $599.
Oh, my God.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Xavier Worthy walks down the hill for the last day of camp with a PS5 in his hand and gave it to a kid.
Wow. That's awesome,
so cool.
man.
Did they get the controllers, too?
I'm sure they got everything, man.
Controllers, wires.
Like the rest of your day made, dude.
Oh, the rest of your year. Yeah, that's amazing.
And to me, that's one of the coolest things. Like we saw the video yesterday of Bobby Witt Jr. signing autographs and getting autographs with the kids in the press box area. Great video if you haven't seen it. Harold Kuntz, I believe, tweeted out as well, and Major League Baseball as well. But Xavier Worthy walking down that hill and presenting a kid with a PS5, that kid probably looked at his parents and just said, get me the hell out of here. We're going to go game.
Yeah.
But, there's video surfacing of that.
That's awesome.
Xavier Worthy just, here you go, man. I'm done with camp. I'll just go buy another one.
Yeah.
Or I already have one. But, I mean, how cool would that be, man? Like, we talk about how Tom Lee handed out Snickers. We talk about, people coming over, taking pictures and selfies. And, we get the last walk down the hill. Is it the last time Travis Kelce walks down the hill? And
Are we seeing that on X, formerly Twitter, today?
Oh, yeah. And, I just thought that video was cool to see Xavier Worthy doing that for some young fan.
It would be cool if Travis walked down and goes, this is the last time for the year.
For this year. Under his breath.
Yeah.
Somebody says, how emotional would it be if they opened up Derek Thomas's box?
Oh, yeah. What would? Yeah. Maybe tomorrow, Mac, we can play What's in the Box? What's in the box?
So somebody asked, so her documentary is different than the Chiefs Kingdom series every year. Yes. That is the franchise. This is via ESPN.
It's the Kingdom.
Yeah. I was 8 years old when I found out the creator of 30 for 30 is a Kansas City native.
I was too. I had no idea. How do we not know that?
That's
I mean,
crazy.
This has been going on for a generation, and that's the first time that I've heard that guy is from Kansas City who created 30 for 30. And you have first heard that, and Mac. So it's not like I didn't do my job here, right? Like, how do we not know that?
Yeah,
Why hasn't
insane.
that guy been a regular guest of the shows for the last 20 years? Talking about all these great documentaries.
Some wonderful text coming in from the text line of what's in possible ex-Chiefs players' box. Does Kelvin Benjamin's box have a Popeye's biscuit?
Kelvin Benjamin ate his way out of the NFL. He went from a wide receiver to a tight end, not because he switched positions, because he got fat.
That's what was it, Booger McFarland? He's a Popeye's biscuit for being a tight end.
Yeah, Booger's great, man.
Kendrick Lewis's box has a voodoo doll with Bob.
Oh, yeah. Hated that guy. Ken Lewis. Still waiting for that jackass. After the Colt playoff game where they blew the 28-point lead, Kendrick Lewis was obviously a slappy in that game. He stunk. And so I wanted to talk to him, and Brad G said, yeah, I'll go get him. Still waiting, Brad. 11 years later.
From the 913 Stanford routes box has to be empty.
Yeah. The only player that's ever growled at me in my career.
From the 816, D Ford just has a yellow flag.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
See, D Ford, this is what they threw when you were lined up off sides.
So yeah, that'll be a fun documentary. I'll dive into that later on tonight before I start watching the New Heights podcast at 6. Because if you don't watch it tonight, it's like missing a year in the NFL. Everyone and probably a lot of people are either going to watch it or listen to it. And I know there'll be people in the text line that say, I won't watch it. Okay, that's fine. You can watch Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Well, that's on a marathon on Fridays, but
It was on yesterday, too. Like, it's on all the time.
All the time.
They got nothing. They just throw that up there
greatest
now.
show on television.
But it's, I mean, I've seen all the episodes. Like, they got to get some new programming on the Food Network. Just going to be honest with you, man. It's like hitting like MTV where there's no food anymore.
Barbecue Brawl on Sunday. Guys Grocery Games. Beat Bobby Flay. Chopped is still rolling.
See, I like the cooking shows. I like when the chef's just on the screen cooking. I don't need the game shows. That's not for me, right? I want the cooking shows. I get that. Show me how to make this and do all that kind of stuff.
More boxes coming in. Dwayne Bowe has an audio clip of a horse neighing. Philip Gaines' box is empty. And Tyreek Hill has an unopened box of condoms in his box.
Dwayne Bowe, the horse. I don't get that one.
Probably supposed to be Barry.
Barry.
I imagine,
Eric Barry was scared of the horse.
I imagine it's Barry, Just a typo over there.
Yeah.
Sammy Watkins has a flat earth book and a lizard mask. That's good.
I feel like Sammy Watkins and Tom DeLonge would be very good friends.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Aliens exist, man.
Traveling the earth, baby.
Hey, Mom.
The galaxy.
There's something in the back room.
Hey, Mom.
Hope it's not the creatures from above.
So you believe in lizards. Okay.
He's the lizard. He's the lizard god.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but I am ready to watch this and like sit back and take away things that maybe I didn't know. The underground thing I didn't know existed until yesterday when you were talking about it. Mm-hmm. And I'm interested to see what their twist is with the Swift stuff. Because we know the obvious, like, oh, the fandom and all this stuff that brought everything together. Like, what is like the behind the scenes stuff? Like, I'm sure there'll be the exiting with her and Travis, and maybe before the cameras get cut off, now we'll get this. And then I'm interested to see what it is like at Andy's beach house. Like she said, no cameras have ever been there. And we're going to see Andy Reid.
You don't really see much of the house in the first couple of episodes.
Not necessarily the house, but him in his own element. This isn't him behind a podium. This isn't him behind his desk on a Zoom meeting.
Right.
This isn't him, doing, reports and media answering on the field or outside of St. Joe's. This is going to be him in his own element, comfortable, giving you raw stories and emotion.
Yeah.
So I am excited about that because I thought when we had Andy on for Travis Kelce Day, it was perfect.
It was great.
Look, I'm biased towards that interview because I thought it was great. And I'm excited to see how he is in this as well.
You'll be overwhelmed by it. Again, I'm only through the first 2 episodes, so that's all I can really speak on. And again, I don't want to give a lot away, but if you're a Chiefs fan and this isn't like you're not sitting down tomorrow night watching this documentary, I know it's late at night or whatever, and you got to make sure if you are a Chiefs fan, you are watching this because, as Dusty said, he's learning things he didn't know. A lot of this stuff, I was telling Mac in the parking lot yesterday when I took this job back in 2001, which, by the way, 30 years ago today, I left New Jersey for KU. So it was the greatest day of my wife's life. She didn't even know it.
Oh my God.
And so I was talking to Mac in the parking lot yesterday as we were walking out of here, and we were talking about this documentary. He goes, I can't wait to watch this. You'll learn some stuff probably you didn't know. I said, when I took this job in April of 2001, one of the first things I did was go to training camp in that August, and I sat in the Super 8 motel and read the Chiefs media guide from cover to cover because I knew I wanted to know everything there was to know about this franchise. And then I had the benefit of Bob Moore. And I know we give Bob a lot of static and whatnot, over the years because he's a PR guy. But that guy was kind of a mentor to me. And I've never told him that, but he kind of took me under his wings and made sure that I knew everything about the history of this organization and everything that was going on. And I think he saw that I was interested too. Not a lot of people are interested in history and the past and all of that stuff, that came before him. He kind of thought I was interested. So maybe he took a liking to that, but he was a big mentor for me in learning all about the history and stories of this organization. Cause I do think you have to know the history to understand where we are now in life and in sports. So you don't repeat it. They always say history is doomed to repeat itself if you don't know what happened. And so if you're young and you didn't experience life before Andy Reid, which a lot of us maybe have not, this is good for you as well to watch and understand how this organization came into fruition. It was literally the AFL created on a piece of paper on a flight.
You said 30 years ago you went to Kansas?
Yeah.
How about this news?
Where were you 30 years ago, Mac? That's what sucks. 30 years ago, I left for college. Mac, not even swimming yet.
I was getting off the bus to second grade. Kansas has received an unprecedented $300 million gift from donor David Booth, believed to be among the largest single gifts in the history of college athletics.
Wow.
KU officials tell Max Olson and Pete Thamel. That's who reported that story about 20 minutes ago. So
wow.
$300 million.
So the other side of that stadium finished and ready to go.
Sounds
Awesome.
like Booth's booth is going to get finished after all. So coming up, House of Jet. This is classic. We asked the question on the other side that goes with that topic here on 96.5 The Fan, 913-586-7965. We'll get you to your answers as well here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending want to help you out, right? We're headed into the fall. School is starting up, and you're thinking to yourself, that tuition check is going to come due. Or maybe you've got a fall wedding you're planning, or maybe you're just getting ready to go on vacation or do some repairs around your house, and you need some extra cash. Well, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending can help you get there, but you got to give them a call and take their free mortgage checkup. And I promise you, it's going to be a great phone call because it's risk-free. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. It's just a phone conversation with the folks over at Golden Oak Lending. You'll let them know where you are, where you want to go, and then they'll get to work to see if they've got a plan for you. And if they do, they'll let you know about it. It'll be awesome. And if they don't have a plan that's a better rate than you're in right now, they'll let you know that as well. And they'll say, look, let's talk again in 6 months. Maybe if the rates change, we'll get you in something better in a couple months. They'll never get you in something that isn't better than what you currently have. And the average cash out customer right now with Golden Oak Lending is saving $1,104 per month. And then you go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So take that free mortgage checkup or visit them at goldenoaklending.com. But have that conversation, 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
Guys, you know that Low T Center has been changing men's lives through hormone care for over a decade. But did you know that they can help women balance their hormones too? If a partner is experiencing fatigue, moodiness, or just feeling off, she might benefit from hormone therapy at Low T Center. Help her get back to her best self. And if you still haven't taken the T test, what are you waiting for? Get started on TRT today. Most major insurance accepted. Don't wait. Visit FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly
Arvest Bank, believing in the power of serving others.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest. We believe.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Traffic flow through Kansas City is running pretty good on both sides of the state line. The only significant slowdown is South KC, where northbound US 71 at 26th lanes are closed and it's causing moderate to heavy delays. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Text coming in about what could be in players' boxes. Scott Pioli has a candy wrapper.
Yes, very good.
That's pretty solid.
That's a good one. I hope it's the candy wrapper, too.
Somebody said Dante Hall's box has a PS2 controller in it. That's pretty solid.
That's really good.
And then somebody asked what brought Bob to KU all the way from New Jersey.
Sake, the drink sake. I've told the story a lot. I had my sister growing up was a hell of a swimmer, best in the state, and we used to drive all over the country, eastern seaboard really, to watch her swim and compete. We were at Brown University. It was snowing, and one of the girls on her team's father grew up in Topeka, Kansas, and went to KU. He was like 35 years old and retired at the time. So as a kid, that's a big deal. This guy's 35, and he's already retired, made millions on Wall Street, one of those type of things. And he was slamming sake, because that's what this man drank. Harlan Schlicker, for those of you who know him in Topeka, Kansas. And he looked at me, young man, what do you want to do with your life? I said, I'd like to be John Madden, go into journalism. He goes, well, why don't you go to Kansas? I said, I don't know where the hell that is. He said, well, just go out there to KU and look. And I did. I flew out to KU, met with Tom Hedrick, the great professor over there, and really didn't go anywhere else. And that was that for me. And so it was a very easy decision to go to the University of Kansas. I'm not some $300 million alum like we saw with Booth over there today. My God. But it was best decision I ever made. Best decision my wife would say I ever made as well, as I told you. But that's what it was. He was drunk on sake, and we drove him home in the trunk of our car that night.
That is awesome. I'd never heard that. That's great.
I mean, the guy, obliterated.
Go to Kansas.
Yeah. Drove him to the racetrack one time at Monmouth Park. He passed out again in the trunk of the car on the way home. He didn't, it was an eccentric dude. But when you're in high school, that's cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds cool. Yeah, exactly.
Years later, you'd find out probably not so much. But if it wasn't for sake, I never would have, ended up here 30 years ago.
This was a tweet that came out a few days ago. I guess, 2 days ago. It says NFL teams used to put ads out during local preseason telecasts in the 80s and 90s to see if fans were willing to rent out their apartments or houses to players trying to make the club. Hey, you're new to the city, you don't have any residency.
Do we have that audio?
I didn't see it in the system.
Oh, there it is. I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, top of Fescoe.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yours doesn't play.
Mine doesn't play over the speaker.
Let me reload and okay, there it is.
Jets players are looking to rent apartments or houses this fall near their Hempstead, Long Island practice site. Anyone who has an apartment or a house to rent should call Mary Grace at 516-560-8277 or fax the information to Mary Grace at 516-560-8198. Do you have an extra room, Joe?
I do, but it's not close enough to the practice facility. I think the commute would be a bit difficult.
It's about a 3-hour flight, right?
Yeah. So you asked the question, if you could house a chief, can't be Chris Jones, Mahomes, or Kelce.
Right, because that's too easy.
So I'm going to say that again and slower. It cannot be Jones, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, or Patrick Mahomes that you want to house in for a Kansas City Chiefs player.
Dusty, I always say that slower because you're already predicting the text line is like Mahomes.
Right.
Yeah.
So, if you could house any Chief on the roster, not 95, 87, or 15, who would it be, Mac?
Yeah, well, the answer shouldn't be Mahomes anyways, even if he was allowed, because then you're getting the kids and everything too.
So that's true.
You're getting the whole fam. You're getting the whole fam. So I'm going to go Xavier Worthy or maybe George Karlaftis.
Okay.
Maybe different reasons. Xavier Worthy, I know, likes to game a little bit, so maybe we could game, hang out, probably watch sports. And Karlaftis just seems like he'd be like to himself, quiet, clean, good roommate.
probably watch sports, he says.
Probably watch the sports, hang out. Yeah, watch a movie, play some games.
I can watch the sports with him.
Beat him in 2K. Yeah.
I like that. I'm good with that. I'm going with Trent McDuffie for me, and I'm going to charge him 10% of his future earnings. And then if he says no, Trey Smith, because I just have a good relationship with Trey and love him to death.
Great guy.
Yeah, I have him move in.
I would say the two options I would choose would be one, Jaden Hicks. He was super awesome.
So cool.
When we met him at camp. He seemed like a relatable guy. Was laughing at jokes off the microphone.
That's cool.
Was having a good time. Was really like a normal person.
Yeah,
normal human.
Very human.
Also dabbed him up 3 times and nailed it all 3 times.
You did. You seemed very cool. Very hip.
Yeah, thank you. And then
him, not you.
Oh, and then the other one would be Creed Humphrey. I just feel like Saturdays with Creed. Barbecue, cold beer, broing out.
Remember, this is training camp, though. He's,
Yeah, but I mean, he's Creed Humphrey. He could hammer 8, Miller Lights or 8 Surfsides, get up the next morning, and on the hill down, he's going to sweat those out. So those 2 guys would be my picks. 913-586-7965, the Jay's Southland Tow Service text line. Who would be yours? Somebody brings up a good one. Gardner Minshew would be a fun guy to hang out with.
Great one. Great answer.
Trey Smith is another one that comes up. You have another one, Creed, 100%. Another one that says Creed. I just feel like he'd be just a laid-back guy. Leo Chenal's another good one that would be fun. Just see what kind of crazy he really is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be a good one. And then somebody says, Mac, you're out of your mind. It'd be Bringing Stool.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
what am I doing?
That's not on there. I made that up.
But just think about where we were in the 80s or 90s. You got Marv Albert and Joe Namath doing a Jets preseason game, begging for fans to house these guys.
Insane. You got an apartment, you got a house.
That's not that long ago, okay? Yeah. It's my lifetime. That's where the NFL was. That's why if you're baseball and you go on a work stoppage, you saw what happened in 94. You lost your hold, right? You lost your hold. NFL took over. That's obviously pre-1994, I think. But, I mean, even back, even in the 80s, early 90s. Hey, if anybody wants to house any of these people, we're looking for places for these guys to live.
This comes from people following Chiefs camp. Interesting start to Chiefs 10-10-10 practice.
Oh, that's the quick one, right?
Yep, that's the one that gets in and out. Gardner Minshew worked with the first team, Patrick Mahomes with the second team. Wonder if a shift in strategy on game 2 playing time
Probably
ahead.
not, just working with different people.
So that means no starters in game 2.
Fox 4 did report that this morning.
Again, now we're seeing Gardner Minshew work with the one stay on the last practice at training camp before the game on Friday in Seattle. So maybe we don't have to stay up as late as we might think we have to on Friday night at 9 o'clock.
Oh, if Gardner Minshew rolls in there.
Yeah, see him. So Mahomes lied to us on Up and Adams then? He said, yeah, I'll see you guys more.
No, they're going to play. I mean, you sometimes, I think it's good to work with, people that you don't normally work with because, look, let's call it what it is. I'm not going to sit here and, scream from the mountaintops. Mash unit with the wide receivers for the last couple of years, right? Let Patrick work with everybody because you don't know which one of these guys may be playing on a Sunday.
Somebody says, as someone in their 20s, I think Worthy would be fun to hang out with. Dude has infectious energy, and I think that just always brings the vibes up. And then Xavier Worthy would be the person I would room with because then he would probably just give me his PS5.
Yes, that's a great one. That's a good reason.
Great. That's funny.
He forgot it. He left it,
Yeah.
Somebody says, go look at the New Heights and the Little Taylor Swift teaser. We did. We played that earlier for you. We'll play it again. One of them has over 74 million views from yesterday. I have a feeling their episode tonight is going to break the internet. Yes, thank you. It for sure will.
The teaser has 74 million views?
That's one of them.
Absurd.
One of them.
Oh, one of them.
Yes, one of them has 74 million views.
God.
We're lucky to get 10,000.
I mean, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a pretty good number, though. I mean,
no doubt.
For a local half-assed radio show that's a year old, I mean...
We'll take it.
I mean, we literally play grab ass Dusty for 4 hours a day. We get 10,000 people a day watching. Hey!
Let's steal a line from Bob Fescoe. So?
Yeah. BBL stinky.
Numbers that matter, 500. That's what matters. And Matt Quatraro, the Royals manager, he will join us next on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're getting older and you're starting to have that joint pain maybe, right? And you can't do those normal everyday activities. How many times have you gone out maybe to do some yard work and you go, oh, my back is killing me right now. I just can't do that. Or even worse, you're trying to go to bed and you're looking at those stairs and you're like, my knees just won't let me get up those stairs. I've got to find a change. Well, that change is QC Kinetics. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. And there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turn their lives around with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure chat and thorough evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Grab that phone right now and give them a call. Appointments available on Saturday as well. 816-412-6299 and ask about that free consultation. It'll be the best call you make. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone.
You want to see the ring? Here, I have a picture.
Wow, look at you.
I know, right? Went to Hellsberg and customized the whole thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I showed them all her inspiration photos, picked the setting, the diamond. It's actually pretty fun. Now for the real hard part, asking her.
Well, congrats, buddy. The ring looks awesome.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Well, I'll tell you about my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control because they have made a huge difference in our lives. They have taken care of our front yard. They have put that mosquito dome up to keep those bugs, the fleas, the ticks, the mosquitoes out of our yard. And now we're getting ready for fall. Everybody likes that time of year, right? And your grass likes it as well because it is time to think about fall seeding. That's right. Fall lawn seeding is here, and fall is the best time to seed your lawn. Aspen's professional seeding fills in those bare spots, strengthens the weak areas, and helps reduce the weeds, and it sets the stage for a lush green lawn by spring. It's one of the most important things you can do all year long for your lawn, and that's why I'm so excited about it, because now, as we get to that time of the year, Aspen has got our lawn looking good. They're going to take it to that next step. They've gotten rid of all the weeds. They've greened it up. They make it look like a great yard for like no time at all. It took us 12 years to try to figure this thing out. Aspen did it in like 12 minutes, and now they're going to seed it this fall, and I can't wait to see what happens. So get 10% off fall seeding right now. It's for a limited time. Just mention this ad when you get in touch with my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. You can check them out at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Our biggest deal is back. The Tires at Cost sale at Telly Tire and Auto Centers. You pay what we pay. No gimmicks, no catch. All in-stock tires from Telly's huge inventory at cost. Plus mounting and balancing by certified tire technicians for only $27.95. The top brands, the lowest possible prices, with a 30-day ride guarantee and lifetime tire protection. There's never been a better time to replace your worn-out tires. These unbeatable savings won't last long. Hurry and reserve your tires today. Take care of your car. Take advantage of our sale. Take it to Telly. Additional charges apply for junk tire disposal and road hazard warranty.
The Other Place, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Come hang out on the patio and listen to some great live music at most locations Thursday through Saturdays. Enjoy some great food and also some incredible beer specials. Make The Other Place your summer headquarters. The Other Place and theotherplace.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks.
Tune in to exclusive Chiefs training camp coverage live from St. Joe on 96.5 The Fan. All access player and coach interviews that you can only hear on 96.5 The Fan. Chiefs training camp coverage is sponsored by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Things have cleared up northbound 71 and eastbound 435 South KC, and speeds are picking up also. That frees us from any significant jams for the moment. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Hey man, good morning, how do you do? Hey man, just want to talk about the boys in blue. Hey man, now that you've been here a year, what's your favorite KCQ? Hey man, what's new in the clubhouse, the bullpen and the lineup too? Hey man, how was the road trip? Bob and Dusty wanna know. Hey man, what do you think of Slugger and FM radio? Hey man, is it true you're a deadhead too? Hey man, kid baseball, wanna talk music with you? Hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, Quatraro. Hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man.
Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals and your home for Matt Quatraro every single Wednesday at 9 o'clock during the baseball season as he joins us today. Q, how are you on this lovely Wednesday?
Good. I'm doing really well. How are you guys?
I'm doing pretty good. I feel 500, man. How about you?
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to just be 500, right? But
That's right.
It's a good place to start.
Yeah. Last night's game, obviously what sticks out the most to Bob and I was the aggressiveness of Michael Garcia in the first, getting that run, and then Vinny slapping that guy in from third to home and getting off to a hot start in that game last night. That's got to make a manager pretty happy, right?
Yeah, really heads-up base running. It kind of got set up there by the second disengagement by Parker. He's really quick to the plate, tough to steal on, but as soon as he stepped off for the second disengagement, it kind of freed Michael up to get going there on the 3-2 count, and he never stopped. Really aggressive. And then for Vinny, 2 strikes, against a lefty, tough at bat, able to get the RBI and get us going on the right foot is certainly a good place to start.
How much has Vinny shaving changed his approach at the plate, Matt? You're going to give us all the
think
important
immensely.
information.
I mean, you go back a few weeks and you look at the haircut, the shaving the other day. He says, whatever works, right? I mean, we'll take whatever grooming techniques help us win.
That's right. Do you think he shaves with butter like Kramer did on Seinfeld, or do you think he just goes straight with the cream?
Well, I don't know if he's a Seinfeld guy, but that would be very good to ask him.
Yeah. Q, I want to get into what this series has looked like at home. In fact, what this team has looked like in the second half. We are seeing power numbers. We are seeing more comfortable at bats, it would appear, more runs being scored. What's kind of been the surge in this offensive, currency that's shown in the second half of the season so far?
Well, I mean, I think it's more of what we would have expected. I think, at the beginning of the year, there was, we didn't perform offensively the way we would have liked, but baseball has a way of evening itself out. It was a prolonged period of time without scoring a bunch of runs consistently, and now there's a little bit more confidence that goes with the approach and the addition of some of the guys that we've brought in at the deadline. Certainly, Yaz and Grichuk and Frazier, those guys with the professional at-bats, they're not always going to be hits, but they grind out 6-7 pitch at-bats that make the pitcher work, and maybe the next guy gets the hit. There's a lot of differences there. We have more balance to our lineup now as well, handedness-wise, speed-wise. We're moving guys on the bases a little bit more effectively situationally, so all of those things play into it.
Yeah, it's great to see them come up. Like, they're not going to get you 65 home runs or anything like that. But I guess as a manager, I know I feel like this just as a fan watching the game. You feel more confident seeing those guys that have that major league resume up there, in the box, as opposed to maybe somebody who doesn't or hasn't been in those situations before. And you've got 3 veteran guys that have kind of been around the block, and that helps everybody else, too, kind of understand what they're going against.
Yeah, and I think as much of that is behind the scenes, too. The conversations in the dugout, the conversations in the cage, the game prep, the thing that those guys are really good at is just talking through the game. And I think, any team needs youth as well. They need the guys that, have the chance to put up the big numbers, that have the chance to be superstar players. And we certainly want that as well. And at the same time, when this time of year comes around, there's something to be said for the value of the guy that knows that he's been through it and the moment's not too big. And then you sprinkle in the other guys as well that can do some more dynamic things when called upon.
Matt, when we do this job, we're obviously blowhards, but we have a countdown going on in the studio. We are 6 away from 300. Is there any buzz around the locker room with Salvador Perez and the historic kind of monumental number he's close to?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Salvy's, we're all aware of it. I mean, everything he does seems to be one step closer to some kind of milestone. He had his 14-year big league anniversary the other day, which that's pretty incredible. I mean,
wild.
14 doesn't sound like, a huge number, but when you talk about it in baseball terms, it's pretty remarkable.
Where were you 14 years ago?
Oh, what year was that?
2011?
I was probably coaching at the Dominican Academy or something at that point. Not in the big leagues. I know that. It was not my first year was 2014. So, yeah, I was a roving instructor with the Rays at that point. But certainly, guys are aware of it. I mean, Salvy's incredible to watch. For him to continue to get better at this time of year. Physically just as strong as he was at the beginning of the year, if not better. Attitude-wise, you guys have seen it a million times. A huge smile on his face. He shakes off getting beat up behind the plate. He's really a remarkable person. I mean, you just can't take for granted what he continues to do at this stage of his career.
Yeah, and we also want to hit on the point that the other day Bobby Witt Jr. was out with what sounded like lower back tightness, kind of talked his way into the lineup Saturday. Watching him go from first to home the other night, that was impressive with the Grutchik hit in the right field last night. And then the throw he made in the opening game of the series, everything seems to be fine with Bobby. It was just a little bit of rest, a little flare-up.
That throw he made in the first game, I don't know how ridiculous people really, if they understand what that was. I mean, just to field that ball, I think, by the metrics was like a 18% just to field it. And then to get that throw off was incredible. And just coincidentally, that's one of the things that our head ATC, Kyle Turner, had him working on before the game, just to make sure that his back was able to withstand the toughest thing he was going to be able to have to do on the field. And just so happens that it came up early in the game, but that was an incredible play. Yeah, and it's something, that back tightness was something like you and I probably wake up with 5 days a week, but for an elite athlete, it's hard to do your job if that's how you feel. And for him, Bobby never wants to come out of the lineup, so it was like pulling teeth. But you can just tell sometimes that it's the smart thing to do.
How did you know he was hurt? Did he tell you, or did you go, all right, what's going on here? You don't look the same.
No, he came in that morning on Saturday and said, he was honest, but he said, I've played with worse. I think I can get through this. But as that game Saturday progressed, you could tell, even just running, down the line on a ground ball or a fly ball, it just didn't feel good to him. And then after the game, I could tell just on his face, it wasn't a comfortable thing. But when he woke up the next day, he was considerably. People, pain has a way of itself in the way you look, the way you present yourself, and you can just tell when somebody's better.
So is this a long-term concern, or are we moving on?
Oh, no. Yeah, anytime there's muscle tightness or whatever, you got to monitor it, but they stay on top of this stuff. But no, it's not something that we're concerned with long-term.
Last one for you. It's a question about a veteran, question about a rookie. Last night, Cags, 4 hits last night in AAA. His rehab assignment, is there a possible return date in mind, or is it just like, let's wait this out, and then I'll have a follow-up for you as well?
Yeah, yesterday was day one. So, I mean, that was awesome for him to get off to that great a start. I mean, our messaging to him was just go down there and play. We're not putting a certain date on it, but he's been out a considerable amount of time now as well. So just getting him all the normal stuff, getting back on your feet, running the bases, seeing some pitches, right-handed, left-handed pitchers, all those kinds of things. So no set date, but certainly a great start for him.
Awesome. Well, if Vinny keeps this up, everybody has to shave with butter, okay?
All right, I'll do it.
Okay, I'll do it if you do it. Let's do a video together. Both of us shave with butter.
Okay.
Next thing you guys will be texting about butter blankets. Hopefully not. Q, we appreciate the time. Go get the sweep and bring on the White Sox and do it all over again, man. Congratulations getting to 500. Now let's stay above that line.
Okay, see you guys. Thank you.
That's Matt Quatraro there, manager of the Kansas City Royals.
His phone almost cut out in the best part again.
I was like, not again.
John Sherman's like, hang up!
Yeah.
Don't give him any answers!
Not anymore. Coming up on the other side, we bring Royals and Chiefs into discussion because it's the focal point of our poll question. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. This season has been even better at the K because at every game you're always near a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka, the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. You can find fans sipping Surfside everywhere at Kauffman Stadium, cheering on the boys in blue. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part is zero bubbles, which means zero troubles. It's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game as well. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and let me tell you about my people at GiveMeTheVin.com. Give Me The Vin wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with those dealerships, those annoying hassles, all that stuff that the dealership brings, and private sale tire kickers, and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. So again, say goodbye to the dealerships and say goodbye to the private sale tire kickers and go to GiveMeTheVin.com. The GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Rawhide Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Rawhide Harley. Visit rawhideharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Joining us on Fescoe and Dusty. Mac Morey with you as well. Bob and myself as we power through a Wednesday. But of course, you know what it is. Because it's Wednesday, we get to give you our poll question, which is always fun to do. And this one kind of pulls at your strings, at your heart.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
It's the end for you.
It's just a little...
Yeah. So we asked the people of X and the listeners of the show, what would you rather see next year? Salvador Perez come back as a Royal or Travis Kelce to come back as a Chief?
And I've pled the fifth all morning long.
And that's fine. 230 votes have been casted on this poll question. 50.4% say Salvador Perez.
50.4.
Which meaning 49.6% say Travis Kelce.
Have we not, had a closer poll than this one? And are you surprised it's close? I don't know if I'm surprised or if that's what I should have been expecting.
Well, I go back to, the timing of it. Salvador Perez is having one hell of a second half. Obviously, 6 home runs away from 300. Asking Q about that magic number. He's like, everyone's aware of it. We know what's happening. Like, we know what's going on. And the fact that he's still powering through, no pun intended, hit one Monday night to the moon.
I thought he had one last night, too.
Close. It was close. So they're aware of it, the special feeling that's going there. The team is fighting for a playoff spot. Again, they play again today at 1:10. Vern's on Deck show starts at noon here on 96.5 The Fan. And yeah, the text line, God, that's a tough question. And then we could do this again after week 5 or after week 4, the first month of the season in football, and revisit the same question. Mm-hmm. Because by then, we would think that the season is either going to the wild card or it is, coming to an end. And even more so, your emotions will be there because you're like, man, I want one more year of Sal. He's got 300 home runs. He could get in the top 3.
Right.
They could go on a run next year because they're going to bring a lot of these same pieces back, and we'll have, healthier players. Or they're going into the playoffs. And you also will have Travis Kelce who will be playing, which we would assume that there's going to be a Rashee Rice announcement soon.
Right.
Soon.
We've been saying that for as long as we've been talking about a stadium.
Which means somebody is going to have to step up in the first few weeks of the season. I would assume one of those guys will be 87. We still are unaware of how fully injured Hollywood Brown's ankle really truly is. With the suspension of Rashee Rice, you got to think Xavier Worthy, Juju Smith-Schuster, those guys out there as well. But Travis Kelce might be all of a sudden putting up numbers in the first 4 weeks of the season, not because he wants to, because he might have to, because of the suspension and the injury that could loom into the start of the season. We hope not. But it could change your opinion at that point, too, where you're like, oh, man, looks like Salvy's still got some left in the juice. Where also you could be like, looks like Kelce could come back for one more year. And I would like to see what that result will be in, I don't know, October. We can ask that question.
I feel like it may be different at that point in time, but maybe they've already announced that they're picking up Salvy's option. One thing Matt Quatraro said in that interview is he said that Salvy's been in a better spot. You know, he said he's playing freer or whatever. Makes me think like they got the understanding that team option is going to be picked up because, you know, I know it was weighing from the people I've talked to on Salvy. He wants this team option picked up. He wants to finish his career here in Kansas City. He wants to be a lifetime Royal. And if you have that weighing on you, it's going to affect you. It doesn't matter, you know, what line of work you're in or how much money you made. If your future isn't certain, right? And a lot of us, we don't have certain futures. But if you're a baseball player and you have that opportunity to have a certain future, you want that taken off your plate. You want that removed. And it sure sounds like that, you know, from what Quatraro said about Salvy being in a good spot right now, maybe they already told him they're going to pick up this option because he's playing great over the last, I don't know, 6 weeks of the season or so, even maybe even less than that last month or so of the season. He's been on fire. And like I said, I know that's been something that's been weighing on him. He wants that team option picked up, you know, by this organization. I think everybody in Kansas City wants Salvy back and part of this team. So let's just make it official, give him that team option, and let's watch him go for 300 and stand there and applaud knowing he's going to be in Royal Blue for the rest of his career.
It would be awesome to see the perfect case scenario, which would be Carter Jensen starts next year as your catcher, Salvador Perez your DH, and Jack Caglione comes up, figures it out, and he's your starting right fielder, right?
Be great, yeah.
And then Salvy can just DH.
Yeah.
And then we can see maybe more production and you know, less wear and tear on the knees. But again, you heard Quatraro say Bobby Witt Jr. is like pulling teeth to keep him out of the lineup. It's got to be the same thing with Salvador Perez being like, you're not catching. The hell I'm not. Like, you tell Salvador Perez, 6'3", 255-pound man, if he's not going to catch or not. So I am interested to see what that poll question will be in a couple months from now, seeing what Travis Kelce can do in the first few weeks of the season to see if people have the same sort of opinion where there might have been some people at the beginning of the year saying, Salvy's washed, it's over, it's done, he's not the same guy. Now all of a sudden we're looking at it, we're like, well, he's 6 home runs shy at 300. He looks like he's one of the most powerful hitters in baseball in the second half, only behind like Cal Raleigh and like Andrew Vaughn and Kyle Schwarber. So it's interesting. I think the perfect case scenario, he DHs, Carter Jensen's your catcher next year, starting the season off, and Salvador Perez, they decline the option, but they renegotiate to a cheaper amount. I don't know if that's possible.
Well, if I'm Salvy, unless you're giving me another year onto that, I'm not taking less money.
And that's where everything can kind of get
why shouldn't you take murky. You just gave $300 million to Bobby Witt. You paid Michael Wacha. You paid Seth Lugo $47 million. You don't have 14 to break off for me, the second greatest player in franchise history. Like, that's a bad look if they don't do that.
Would you be more surprised if Salvador Perez or Vinny Pasquantino plays for a different team next year?
Would I be more surprised? I'm going to say Salvy.
If he plays for a different team?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised as much if Vinny's on a different team?
I'm not surprised by any of that because I think other than Bobby and Vinny right now, everybody's available to be moved somewhere else. And if it can make your ball club better, you know, then you do that.
You move Michael Garcia?
No, I would look to sign Michael Garcia. But if there was a trade out there that makes your organization better and Michael Garcia has to be in it, like I'm trying to think of what that trade could be to make your organization better. I know he's a free agent at the end of the season, but I'm just going to use it. Kyle Tucker or PCA or somebody like that, you know, like that can make your organization better. Like very few and far between. I don't think Garcia gets moved because I don't know how many people make your organization better than what he does. I was thinking about it last night. Find me a better left side of the infield in Major League Baseball right now. Find me a better left side of that infield in Major League Baseball than Garcia at third and Bobby Witt Jr. at shortstop. You got to think about it for a while. I don't know if you'll come up with an answer. I'm asking the question. I don't know if there is a better left side of the infield right now. So would I trade Garcia? I would lean towards no, obviously, but I can't keep my mind closed and say if there's a deal out there that makes your organization better, you have to consider everything because, again, at the end of this season, we're going into the offseason in the same boat we were 3 weeks ago. No outfield whatsoever. And so they've got to find a way to get outfielders. And if that requires trading somebody that we all love and know, then that may have to be the possibility.
Speaking of somebody we all love and know, tonight, 6 o'clock, New Heights podcast comes out. Taylor Swift joins the crew. This is the tease for that podcast.
Our guest today is a singer, songwriter, and producer and director from Nashville, Tennessee. That's bullshit. She is from Reading, Pennsylvania. She is the most awarded artist in the history of the American Music Awards, Billboard Music Awards, and iHeart Radio Music Awards.
Yeah, damn.
Just 14 Grammy Awards and is the only artist in the history to win Album of the Year 4 times. Last December, she wrapped up the Eras Tour, which spanned 149 shows across 51 cities, 5 continents, and was the most attended tour of all time. I'm still going. Hold on. Her last album, The Torture Poets Department, set a record with 1.76 billion streams globally within the first week alone.
All right.
In the first week?
And as a fan of that guy on the Chiefs, she has 19 wins, 2 AFC titles, and a Super Bowl. 92 percenters! Are you ready for it? Making her podcasting debut, the most aggressive guest in the history of shows, Taylor Swift!
That intro, Jason. Oh my God.
I've seen this before.
No,
He's
look,
about to
his
black
soul
out.
has
Jason,
left his
just breathe.
body.
I'm cramping.
I'm cramping.
No, that was so good. Thank you.
I tried, Tay.
Thank you for screaming for like 47 seconds. That was so nice. That was so sweet.
Tay, welcome to New Heights.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on my favorite podcast. As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast.
Yeah.
And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
Woo-hoo, that was great. Up yours, people who don't want Taylor Swift. Hey, Tony Dungy, I think she was talking to you.
Kiss my ass.
That is so good.
So did you fly the idea by the family about maybe just checking it out tonight? Are you all going to sit down and watch it?
I get the, that'd be cool. Who knows? Teenage
Take out the
daughters,
trash.
right? Yeah. I got to work. I got this to do. But, you try to create these moments. Like last night, I went into my daughter's room. It's like, getting ready to go to high school for the first time. I'm excited about that. That's going to be awesome. Please, Dad, don't do this to me now. I'm like, okay.
I do want to kind of like dissect this real quick, if that's okay with you guys, as we are getting to the 9:30 part of the show where we only have 30 minutes left, so we got to kind of go quickly here. Who are you most excited to watch on this podcast? Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce. Now, before you answer, because I could hear Bob getting ready to say his answer. There are so many different ways and angles to watch this. How comfortable and how, open is Taylor going to be? We've never seen her do a podcast before, and especially in this sort of setting. What's Travis going to be like? Because we've seen Travis on this podcast be open, be classic Trav, do all these sort of things. We've seen that before. Is he going to be more, my girlfriend's sitting right next to me, I got to be more, on my better behavior? Or are you more excited to just see Jason Kelce, who just nailed that Nathan Hot Dog's entrance right there? I'm out of breath. I think I pulled something, and see the humor and kind of the mediator of this whole podcast and his perspective.
I think Kelce, Jason would be very interesting to watch in this one because I feel like going in, Jason just needs to kind of take that step back, but also be the guy that calls Travis on stuff during this interview, right? Like calls him out in front of his girlfriend, like, nah, come on, man, you never did that, or, make him feel awkward. Like, I think that's Jason's job in all this, get Travis to feel kind of awkward. But I don't know if Travis can feel awkward. He's got that type of personality where he just kind of lets it go and does his thing. So I think the dynamic of all three of them is going to be kind of fun to watch and kind of an insight into Thanksgiving dinner in the next 20 years, what's going to go on at the table and whatnot. I'm interested to hear Taylor's kind of opinions on the Chiefs, Kansas City, all that kind of stuff that she's experienced over the last couple of years. I'm interested in hearing Travis's stories about what it's been like to be, dating the largest celebrity in the history of the world, most likely, right? I mean, it's crazy when we do the say it out loud test. And I just want to hear stories that they haven't shared. Some of the relationship stuff I think would be good. And I'm interested in how they do it, man, because you're dealing with an NFL player and a superstar. How do you even have time to see each other? And are you worried that when you do have time to see each other, it may not be as good because you got all that break in between? I was talking to a friend of mine the other day at the J, and his daughter's going to college. She's a freshman, and his son's a sophomore, right? And I was actually talking to his father-in-law. And I said, boy, I hope your daughter and son-in-law actually like each other, because for the first time in 20 years, they got each other, right? There's no kids. There's nothing. You better like that person. So once Travis retires from the NFL and he's not doing something every day, that's the dynamic that I want to see. Like, are you guys ready for like 17 more years together and then get married, or however it's going to? Maybe they announce their marriage on the New Heights podcast too.
That'd be fantastic. Please do that.
We are engaged.
Yeah, why not?
Or she just holds her hand out and just flashes
Yes.
it the entire time. And they never say anything.
That's
right?
something that she would do, absolutely. Or they're just like a picture of a ring somewhere in the podcast, or like some
Easter
tiny
eggs.
little Easter egg. Yep.
That's her thing, man.
Watch out for those.
I saw yesterday they showed the picture of her necklace and her watch and then showed where you can find it at jewelry stores. I'm sure they're sold out.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
What are you most excited to see from the three personalities on this podcast tonight?
Taylor, just because that's the least that we've really seen in this setting. Like, I'm excited to see
It's
her.
the unknown.
Yeah, it's the unknown part of it. I'm excited to see her and Travis interact together just as a couple to see kind of how that is. I think Kelce's going to, like Travis, that is, both of them. But I think they're both going to be the same guys we always see. I think that's how you can measure a good relationship, right? If your spouse is changing a lot to act a certain different way, I don't think Travis is going to do that. I think he's going to feel as comfortable as ever with his girl by his side. So I'm just curious to hear more from Taylor because we don't get to hear from her unless she's singing into a mic or whatever it is or screaming at Arrowhead Stadium. So I'm excited to just kind of hear her stories.
Right. Because what we know is there's the album announcement. We already know that.
Bang.
We're going to see what the cover looks like. They blurred it out so we can see it in the podcast tonight.
Okay.
And then I'm interested just kind of to see how Travis is. That's where I want to see, because this is an element that we have. You say the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen Travis Kelce sitting next to his girlfriend and having a podcast, and knowing like what might be off limits or how much he's going to push the envelope behind the closed doors scenes that we don't ever know about. Like all we ever see is them walking out of a New York restaurant or walking in and out of a football game or stuff like that. Like, what's your preparation like when you come in here? Because he had talked about it in GQ magazine about a couple of things that we can dive into. Because in that magazine, he talked about how he's her biggest fan. She's his biggest fan. She's now in depth with like, the injury report, situational football, like 3rd and 3. This is where Travis goes over the middle. Watch, you'll see it. And then told you, like that sort of stuff. The other thing that he had mentioned in the GQ magazine, if you missed that announcement yesterday, he's all over the world right now. He's America's sweetheart, according to GQ.
Damn, that was my title.
Yeah, well, not anymore. It's not. And
what
it's
the hell
got
was that?
But the thing about that is that he had, kind of said the last couple of years due to all of the business outside the field, which I mean, I know people outside of Kansas City will be like, oh yeah, excuses. They're like a-holes. We all have one and they all stink. And you could say, well, I kind of agree with this. He was doing a lot of entertainment stuff. He was on the road a lot. Said he wasn't really getting into the seasonal shape that he normally does. This year, dropped that all off, got into the system, got back into his ways, back to his roots, and who knows what we see this year from Travis Kelce.
It's a great admission by Travis Kelce to say, look, over the last couple of years, I kind of got away from the off-season training that I needed to do to get ready for the season because I was doing other things. And I appreciate that from Travis Kelce. Number one, admitting that maybe you did some things that you regret from a football standpoint, but I don't think he did anything wrong from a life standpoint. I got to give Travis Kelce the free pass on this and say, if that's been weighing you down over the last couple of years, the fact that maybe you didn't put in the work in the offseason, it really hasn't shown on the field. You still went to 2 Super Bowls. You still won one, and everybody got, the poops the night before the Super Bowl, and so that affected the way that everybody played, on Super Bowl Sunday. So I think Travis is probably wearing that a little bit too hard and whatnot, but if he went back to the gym, the rest of the NFL ought to be freaking out, man. Seriously, because Travis Kelce was really good without putting in the work that he wanted to put in during the offseason, and now he's putting the work that he wanted to put in the offseason. That should really scare the crap out of everybody in the NFL going, oh, my God, Travis Kelce almost had 1,000 yards last year, 1,000 yards year before, Super Bowl. Oh, and now he's working out harder? Oh, man, look what he did when he wasn't doing all that working out, and now he is. But I'll never get on any athlete who tries to set up their career outside of their sport because the sport is very unforgiving. You get 3.5 years in the NFL, maybe 3.5 years in Major League Baseball, and they're kicking you to the curb, and then you're going, what's next? Travis Kelce, while he does, have obvious opportunities after football, he's got to explore those opportunities because his after football career is going to be 2 or 3 times as long as his football career was.
I think it's also interesting that normally you would say that opposites attract, right? Like introvert will mix with an extrovert or, sports guy mixes with drama lady or however it may be. And Travis Kelce continued to say quotes in the GQ magazine, Taylor, she will never tell anyone that she's an athlete, but I've seen the amount of work she puts in on her body and the mind, and that's mind-blowing, arguably more exhausting than how much I put in on a Sunday, and she's doing it 3 to 4 days in a row.
Have you heard her training regime for the concert, what she was doing? Every day, I think it was, she would get on the treadmill and run and sing the entire concert as she was running.
Jeez.
That's 3.5 hours.
Incredible.
Okay? So do that the next time you're out running or walking fast or whatever it is that you do for exercise. Just start singing.
No.
All I do is sing the alphabet while I wash my hands.
Right.
Because that's what they told me to do during COVID.
That's right. And wash your face. But also, like, think about that.
Yeah, singing
3.5
full voice.
hours running and singing all of those songs. You understand what these entertainers go through, right?
Yeah, and he continued to
What
talk.
she goes through
Yeah,
specifically. I don't want to give
right.
other entertainers that credit.
True.
This is
She's also changing outfits, 6, 7, 8 times in a show?
Yeah.
And then he went on to continue to say things about her and the praise that he has. He says, quote, in the magazine of GQ, I hadn't experienced somebody in the same shoes as me, having a partner who understands the scrutiny, understands the ups and downs of being in front of millions. That was very relatable. Seeing how exhausted she would get after shows. I mean, that's, again, I know the cliche is opposites attract, but how much easier is a relationship with these two where you have the number one superstar in the NFL, the number one superstar in the world, and they can both just sit there some night, go into the garage if they wanted to, come back out and be like, all right, let's read all the negativity tweets and laugh at them.
Right.
You can do that because I think they're both very self-deprecating. I think they're both very intelligent, and I think they're both very funny at how they let the world be wrong. And I think that's great because she dropped that bomb at the end of that tease. And that one guy said to us, 74 million views already on just one of those clips. And it's fine. Like, if you wake up today with 5 haters, you better wake up tomorrow, Bob, with 9.
9, yeah.
Because you're doing your job right if people can disagree with you. They might not like you, but those people that chime in and say that they don't like this topic, you're still there and you're having an opinion upon that. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to entertain first and be knowledgeable as well, but also to bring people together. We've always said that the tagline of this show is to be relatable. These two could not be more relatable in their life situation than anything. And I think that's why we click as a show. I think that's why people have shown they enjoy the show, because Matt can be relatable to people in their 20s. I can be relatable to people in my 30s. You can be relatable to people in their 40s. And somehow in this weird universe, it all mixes well together.
Yeah, it does. And I think you're right about that. For two superstars, they are very relatable, right? Who's more relatable on the Chiefs than Travis Kelce, right? Seriously, like, Creed, some of the offensive linemen, they're always relatable because, they're offensive linemen, right? But for a superstar, have we seen a more relatable superstar maybe ever in sports than Travis Kelce is right now? I don't think we've seen a bigger superstar per se in sports with the off the field and on the field stuff. And he is very relatable and just genuine, wants to make sure that everybody knows that he's not bigger than you as well. When he walks into a room, asks everybody's name, who they are, treats people well. Like, that's what you want out of a super. You couldn't have scripted this guy any better. And you couldn't have scripted his girlfriend any better as well. And if the two of them weren't alike and didn't have their values aligned, they wouldn't be together. If she was a jerk or if he was a jerk and the other one wasn't, there's no way they would be together. But they understand we're very similar in all this. We've got these shared life experiences. That's why for me, like when we talk about these guys, I always think about, I just want to be Travis Kelce sitting in his chair at 9 o'clock on a random Tuesday and she's on the couch and they've got nothing to do and they're just looking at each other going, we own the world, man. Like, could you imagine just those normal human conversations that they probably have, or if they have them?
How much do you think a gallon of milk costs, Trav? So we go to the text line because there's a lot of people that are going to be down to watch this tonight. I think it's a good thing to do if you're like a dad with daughters. I've said that yesterday with Bob. Somebody says from the 816, I'm a diehard football fan. I played ball into college. You have to be super insecure to be upset by Taylor Swift just being around her boyfriend. I've got a daughter that loves Taylor, and she asks Dad, when do the Chiefs play? Every single Sunday.
Welcome to my world, pal. Like that's why I love it so much, because my older daughter likes watching the games. Like, she's a football fan. My younger daughter, not so much a football fan, likes to be part of the party, wants to be where everything's going on. And then the Taylor Swift thing happened, and that's all she wants to know. Is Taylor on? Is Taylor on? Is Taylor on? And it's brought all of us together as a family. I've started listening to Taylor Swift music. I didn't before she came here, just whatever, But now I find out I actually like Taylor Swift's music, right? I didn't think I would, but it's formed relationships and bonds, and it's brought families closer together. And I echo everything in that text. You do have low self-esteem, man, if you're upset that Taylor Swift is being shown during a football game.
You need to go to Heartland Men's.
Yeah.
From the 816, I think Travis will be much more guarded within Taylor. I think she's going to have a whole lot of fun with it. Then from the 913, can one of the brothers please ask Taylor if she's tried KC Barbecue and what her favorite place is?
This isn't the KC media.
And then you've got another one that says, I wonder how many Karens are going to be complaining about how much cussing there is.
Well, I was in the Kingdom documentary on ESPN. They do have the warning at the beginning that there will be, and there's some F-bombs on there. And so if you're one of those folks who are offended by F-bombs, get over it.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, get over it. If you're offended by cursing, get over it.
Somebody says for the 913, I'm not a T-Swift hater, but I'm still listening for the sports show besides her not complaining, though. So, like, listening for the sports, but not mad about it, not a Swift fan. But you'll listen to see these guys out of their element.
Yeah.
One thing I think is great is try to be your best when you're uncomfortable. That's one of the best things you can do. When you're in an uncomfortable situation, go try to be your best, because then you'll see who you truly are in those situations. We wrap this show up on the other side. Plus, I give Bob a stat to back up who he thinks is the 5th best team in the AFC. On the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, we are headed into that fall season, and you know what that means, right? It means fall seeding for your yard. And my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are going to take care of our yard this fall, and I can't wait to see the work that they've done, because the work that they've done already in the spring and summer has been phenomenal. They looked at our lawn in the spring and said, okay, we can get this greened up, we can get rid of all the weeds, and we can make this yard look good. And they did just that. And then we have the mosquito dome put over our house. You can sit outside and not have to worry about the mosquitoes eating you or the fleas or the ticks on your pets. And now we're here at the fall season, and this is what I am so excited for, because fall is the best time of the year to seed your lawn. And Aspen's professional seeding fills in those bare spots, strengthens the weak areas, helps reduce the weeds, and sets the stage for a lush green lawn by spring. And it's one of the most important things you can do for your lawn all year. And that's why I'm so excited about it. I can't wait till they put down the new grass seed and it fills in a couple of bare spots and makes the yard look even better than what Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has already done. And right now, you're going to get a 10% off all of your fall seeding, but it's just for a limited time when you mention this ad. So get in touch with Aspen today. Fall seeding season is short, and the best window is closing fast. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
It's Cody and Gold again, telling you about our friends over at Centric. And if you've been thinking about that new career path and how do I go about doing it? Can I get that new career in as little as 4 months? Well, the answer is yes, through Centric.
Take it from a recent graduate who said, I truly appreciate all the guidance and support from the entire career services team. From resume help to interview prep and everything in between, your efforts played a huge role in helping me land my first job in IT.
Talk to our friend Russ for more information about the program and get that new career in as little as 4 months at Centric.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything.
And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Final segment here on 96.5 The Fan for Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 until noon, and then Vern's On Deck show starts as the Royals go for the sweep today against those Washington Nationals. Please sweep them. Please get back to a game over 500 and just never go backwards. So I want to bring this up because you said Denver's your fifth best team in the AFC this year?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Fourth or fifth.
Yeah,
I'm not sure who my fourth is, and I didn't think fourth was...
Okay.
I thought fourth maybe been too high for the Denver Broncos, but I don't know. Maybe as we've talked through the show today, maybe they are the fourth best team in the AFC.
And the belief of that gives me why is that good?
Well, because I think they've got the coach. I think they've got the coach quarterback love affair. They got a really good defense. They showed last year that they're a pretty good football team, and so I just kind of like their trajectory right now.
What if I told you they are, but they aren't the same as the Miami Dolphins team from 3 years ago? Miami Dolphins went 10-6.
Mm-hmm.
They went 0-6 against playoff teams, but they had a really good offense. Not a good defense, but a really good offense.
Mm-hmm.
The Denver Broncos last year, I believe, 11-7?
Yeah, around there, yeah.
Yeah.
11 wins, I think.
They went 2-5 against playoff teams. And one of those wins doesn't count because it was in the last week of the season against the Chiefs. The only playoff team that they would beat last year outside the Kansas City Chiefs was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that was like the show-up game for Bo Nix. I think they waxed them like 28-7 on Monday Night Football.
It's like their best game.
And it was like, okay, Denver might be this team.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw what Dolphins did. They didn't beat anybody when they went 10-6 or whatever it was, and they went to the playoffs. Or 10-7. Denver this year now is maybe like a darling that can be that AFC team. So I ask, what gives you that belief that they can be this team? Because last year they beat the Chiefs in Week 18, and they beat the Bucs in Week 3. They lost to the Chargers twice. They lost to the Steelers. They would lose to Buffalo in the playoffs, get absolutely housed by Buffalo in the playoffs. They would, lose to the Steelers as well. But I wonder where, this belief that they can be that team. And Mack had said something in my ear where he doesn't think the AFC West is really as close as people think. And I will turn the microphone over to you as to explain why you think that.
The difference, though, for me in the Miami Dolphins and Denver, the Miami Dolphins and the Denver Broncos, Denver has an adult as their head coach.
Yep, it's a huge difference.
And they don't have a jackass like Tyreek Hill getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to have a jackass like Tyreek Hill, you better have an adult as your coach. And the Miami Dolphins have a jackass and no adult as their coach. And so for me, I just look, it's pretty simple for me. The Denver Broncos have an adult in the room. The Miami Dolphins do not.
Very valid point. Yeah. I think Sean Payton's a little bit more equipped as a head coach than Mike McDaniels. I think that Tua is slightly better, though, than Bo Nix.
Really?
I do. Talent-wise.
I don't know the answer to that question. Tua, to me, is a complex figure, man. Like, there's so much involved in Tua.
Yeah, if we're just talking about, like, talent, yeah, I could maybe get there with you, Dusty, but it's like, if we're talking about the whole season, it's like, okay, I know Tua's going to miss 4 weeks, so I have to kind of take account for that. I think the defense is also more, reliable than a good offense. I think the AFC West, just people talk about Denver being this team, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, Bob. They're the 4th or 5th best team in the AFC, but I think there is a 3 or 4 game gap still to what we're talking about when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and so I think people are jumping the gun. Like I know Kay Adams was getting really excited yesterday. That's her job. She's going to these camps. She drinks the Kool-Aid. She gets excited in front of these guys.
You think they had orange Kool-Aid out there in Denver?
Had the orange and blue. It was really cool. But that we're maybe a year or two ahead of where they are at as far as their progress is concerned. I think they're a really good team, but they're not a great team, and that's a big difference.
How many? I don't think there's any great teams at this point in the season, right? You'll start to figure that out. I think as again, the term great for me gets thrown around way too much. When we talk about this stuff, I don't know that there is a great team, right? I think every team has warts and whatnot. And, the great team, the Eagles, they won the damn Super Bowl, right? They're a great team last year. I think Denver's on the cusp of being really good, though, and that scares me. And I don't like saying that, it should scare all of us that the Denver Broncos may have actually figured it out.
And I hope they have, because I would love to see some competitive losses for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe they're not ready to win. It's year 2 of that system, right? With Bo Nix and Mr. Peyton over there. Yeah. It's year 2 of that system. Again, year 2, sometimes people take that step back before they take that big step forward in year 3.
Not to mention, you mentioned the teams against 500. Bo Nix also by far more yards gained off of throws at or behind the line of scrimmage. So he was really living a lot with the short throws, screen passes, things like that. So we'll see what he has to do when he really has to push the ball.
Yeah, and also, too, though, he may be, proficient at that. Again, from that, I don't want to give too much of the documentary away, but a lot of it was putting people in the right position to be successful by Andy Reid. And maybe Sean Payton looks at Bo Nix and goes, all right, you're not ready yet because you're only in your first year of the NFL. Let's bring you into the league. Let's let you see success, easy throws.
Yep.
Get you those big numbers that everybody likes. Look at those numbers and get you believing in yourself. That could have been the goal for year 1. And now here we go, year 2. We're going to test you. We're going to push you. We're going to see how far we can push you. We may not have the same results, but you're going to learn a lot more from failing this year than you are from more throws behind the line of scrimmage. And maybe they push him forward. I don't know. That's kind of the progression, I would think, of Bo Nix, because they needed to get their quarterback seeing success, and they needed to get their fan base seeing their quarterback have success based on what the last 10 years were like for Denver.
Things that might have missed the script, but things that will be not in the script for Friday night. Nate Taylor of ESPN says Andy Reid said Kareem Hunt has a quad contusion and might not play in Friday's preseason game against the Seahawks.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Don't play. Yep. Do not
Forget
play.
about it.
Reid also said Hollywood Brown, left foot / ankle, will also not play in this preseason game.
It's okay.
Nobody wants to buy the Minnesota Twins, apparently.
Gotta figure out how to make money on this. I really want to.
So the Twins thing, I got a little inside information on this. They've got such debt because of their new stadium that they built that nobody wants to take it on, right? And so basically their debt is like half the value of the actual team or something like that. And people are like, I ain't taking on that debt. I'm not getting involved in anything like that. And so the Twins are saying, we've looked around and we're just going to decide to keep the team. Nobody was buying that team. That was a bad investment. And so now you've unloaded all of your players. Now you look like cheapskates. Now you look like you're ready to be contracted like they were in 2002 when they were talking about contracting the Twins. That's what this looks like now. Again, you sold off all your players, and now you can't even sell the team. And so this family is stuck with this team now. They'll probably try to sell it again to A-Rod.
Andy Reid also continued to talk, as Nate Taylor tweets out. Andy Reid said, quote, there's a good chance Patrick Mahomes won't play Friday against the Seahawks.
Oh.
And then Mackenzie Nelson said...
because of the home game?
Mackenzie Nelson then said, when asked about Taylor Swift being on the New Heights podcast, Andy Reid, quote, said, my grandkids will be all over it. So maybe no starters, maybe save them up for a quarter of the third preseason games. But Andy Reid saying there's a good chance Mahomes won't play Friday night. Kareem Hunt may miss the game, and Hollywood Brown will not play. So not really sure what you're looking forward to on Friday night. Maybe it's the offensive line unit to go out there and just see what they can do and see if Gardner Minshew looks like Patrick Mahomes with that protection back there. The other thing that I think you'll see more legs of, I know football season is underway, but the Shohei Ohtani story I don't think will die anytime soon because there is a lot of smoke around a very hot, blazing fire that is Shohei Ohtani.
Is there more news today?
I mean, there will be, I assume, when it comes out. But again, you remember the story yesterday that came out about he and his agent basically scamming money and, getting a broker fired from a location in Hawaii of a house. And then all of a sudden they get the money of the $240 million using clout and stardom to kind of sell that property and then getting this guy out of here so that they get the money. Seems like Shohei Ohtani might not be a good dude.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence out there, Dusty, that would say that, isn't there?
I mean, there's the gambling aspect where basically the fall guy was his interpreter.
How about that? Like, everybody knows that was just a fall
millions.
guy, right?
Like, you don't know that millions are leaving your account. I know when Bird Dogs chimes in and says, hey, here's your account, stop. Okay. Oh, yep, there's $50 again. I know that's happening. I have notifications.
Yeah, your Klarna thing goes off every time for that $20.11 Bird Dog deduction because that's what it is. I just heard from a friend this morning about this Kansas thing. This guy gave $300 million for a stadium, right? Awesome. Fantastic. Must be nice. My friend texts me, goes, I was overdrawn this morning. like that's the difference, right? This guy's giving $300 million to build light stanchions, and my friend who works his ass off is overdrawn in his checking account.
Mackenzie Nelson continues to tweet at 41 News. Andy Reid says he expects to sit some of the starters on Friday in the second preseason game. # Chiefs Kingdom. Hey, remember Xavier Worthy? He gave a kid a PS5. I'm not saying to go to those extremes, but go do something nice for somebody. You never know. You change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe. Coming up next, Cody, Gold, Drew, in studio. Last day of camp. Burns on deck show starts at noon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. They'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be back on Friday.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India.